Let me know, chat, if you can hear me now. We're going to get started shortly. Just want to check to make sure everyone can hear me. Type 1 in chat if you can hear me clearly. Everyone in chat, like the stream and hit 1 if you can hear me. But also make sure you like that stream and get us... Oh, 1.5. I see how it is. Oh, it's like 0.5. Yeah, it's very funny. I see you in there. I see you in the chat doing that. Make sure to like the stream and we can get right started. Alright. Good. Welcome once again. I'm going to unmute our guests. Hopefully not mid-sentence, of course. Welcome everyone to another one of our lovely little streams, our gatherings, our collections of oddballs and weirdos coming into one place. Let me lower the music so it doesn't sound like a jazz hall loudly overpowering my voice. By the way, everyone, you are now live and can now hear me. So you guys can introduce yourselves right now. This is the time we get to... You can unmute yourselves, I think.
I guess I'll go first.
Heck
Hi,
yeah.
I'm Mothra. I am one of Ant's buddies. We met through YouTube, through Crim specifically. I also do YouTube, and I just came to, have some fun tonight.
Indeed. And we're welcome to have you here. Who wants to go next? You can go down the list if you want. Or talk all at once, one of the two.
Yeah, I guess I'll go.
Heck yeah. Oh, we actually got one super chat coming in, so hold your horses. Sorry to interrupt you right there.
At Jeff Pyatt 2K4 super chatted $5. Virgin Punk Clockwork Girl was high art. This person was dumb to not see it. So was Gundam GQX beginning.
Gundam GQX is amazing. I made the mistake of mentioning that series to Lady Emily very briefly, and I got about 15 paragraphs of response about how awesome Gundam is. So that's not. It's a great series. Can't blame you there. Sorry, Mark, I got you off there. I paused supers until you finish introducing yourself, so you don't get interrupted. So now go down the list.
Okay. I was going to talk about GQX too. Yeah.
Everyone wants to talk about that. It's a great series.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Mark McPherson. I write for movieswithmark.com, and I also have my own YouTube channel. And I've just been watching Ant's videos, and GQuix was a lot of fun as a Gundam fan.
Heck yeah, it is. That being said, though, G Gundam, I've been seeing a lot of discourse on G Gundam lately. I gotta say, G Gundam's fantastic. I love G Gundam.
Oh yeah.
All right. Who else? Who wants to go next? There's only 2 of you left so far, so fight amongst each other for supremacy first.
I think I'm next on the list. So, my name is Ryan. I run the YouTube channel Nothing But Media, and I am here to continue to ride Ant's coattails.
Yeah, hell yeah! Listen, I think I'm a firm believer of a rising tide lifts all ships. So, hell yeah, ride the coattails. It's a great, as long as it lasts, right? And we have one last guest who wants to introduce themselves. So go right ahead.
Hello, you could refer to me as Sekrios. I am the creator of the Obsidian Archives. I met Anthony through the voice actress of Ziria of my show, Jordan Skarsvara. They led me to this community, and I thought I'd take a look around, and I got tied into a load of streams.
There you go. Hey, worse things have... There's worse things have happened, am I right? I'm kidding. Jordan's great. Jordan's fantastic. Jordan can also pop on the stream at any moment, too. I've opened this up to my entire secret Discord of hidden voices who show up every so often, so any number of people can pop up at random without any warning. And we'll just have to roll with the punches, because that's how life is right now. And this is an interesting stream, because on one hand, it's going to be... a general stream at the movie industry right now, where we're at, and not just in terms of quality of films, but also in terms of online reaction to films, the box office, etc. But it's also, and I want to take a second just to say this right now before we dive into the topic at hand. It's also been 2 years since I dropped my very first video on YouTube. My very first video 2 years ago was a little video that honestly, not my best work. In hindsight, could have been a lot better, but couldn't it always have been? And that video is Wait, that's my name. On my search right here. Here you go. It's this video right here. This is my first one. Right over here. That was my first video. And you know what? In a lot of ways, it was a learning experience. It says 1 year ago, but really it's been 2 years. It came out January 30th. It was a good experience, and you learn from it, but and you grow from there. And since then, we've built a channel that has had a lot of videos. Posted a lot of videos in the last 2 years, and all of it. Yeah, and all of it is thanks to your continued patronage, your continued watching, your continued interest in what I do. None of this would have happened without all of your interest in my work. And your continued desire to, develop and learn and grow. And occasionally watch some stuff that's just plain, dunking on people who probably deserve to be dunked on. That's fair too. I won't deny that's part of the appeal, I guess. So yeah, I just owe you all a debt of thanks. A big one, None of this would have happened without you watching. And if you're watching right now, that means you probably have watched more than one of my videos, or you saw us live. One of the two.
So sorry, my
Oh, hey Crimson. I see Crim in chat.
Hey Crim.
I apologize.
Yeah. It's all good. He's in chat, but he's not in our chat. He's watching from afar as a mod or something.
Puppet Master.
Cloud Parade's there. Let's get some super chats playing real quick. Cause we have a few that's built up real quick. Play them right now.
At Tall King Movie Bubbles B6N super chatted $4.99. End of the year tax.
End of
What's
the year
your
tax.
favorite Erica Mendez role? And thoughts on Ryan, formerly Star Giant? Also by tax.
A lot of messages there. Erica Mendez's favorite role, I think, is
At Ermanita
Sicilian,
Rules
right?
super chatted $1.99. Holy F Mark is here.
Holy F Mark is here. Yes. Mark is
Holy,
here.
apparently.
Yeah, you're
At
holy
the
and it's
Master
F.
4863 super chatted $3.61. So what was the real worst year for cinemas? I think it was any year after 2020 that didn't have a movie that started with Sonic the Hedgehog released.
Ooh, okay. So chat. Our guests. I'll toss over to my guests first. What do you think? To repeat the question, what do you think the worst year for film was, in your opinion? Like, what's the worst year in your opinion for film? I'm going with 1916. I want to say. So that's the year the Nation came out.
That might be easy.
If you wanted to ask me personally, I think it would be somewhere within the 2020s, probably either 2024 or 2023.
Oh, how come? How so?
Amelia Perez.
That is pretty bad, but I can think of worse movies than Amelia Perez. Though that is pretty bad. That's just a recent example of a bad one. Like,
are we operating by quantum leap rules? So in our lifetime, or
you know what? I said 1916,
memory.
so that's not my lifetime. Neil, actually, let's qualify.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, historically, there's probably worse ones, but that's usually down to like economic and like global issues.
What year did Soul Man come out, or Soul Brother? Was it Soul Man or Soul Brother, where they like do blackface to get into a college scholarship or something?
80s.
It was Soul Man, and that was
Soul Man.
late,
Soul Man. There we go.
surprisingly late in the 80s. I think it was
mid 80s. Yeah. The reason I know it has to be the 80s is because I looked up some stuff with friggin' what's his name, James Earl Jones when he passed away, and I forgot he was in that movie. And I'm like, oh, it's IMDb. What was he in? Oh, he was in Soul Man. Okay. No, why did you choose that one?
I previously had reviewed that film for the DVD release.
Oh my God!
Back when a friend of mine had a MySpace DVD reviewing page, if you can believe that. It's not as bad as you think it's going to be. Put it that way. There are a lot more racist films that came out both before and after.
I believe that. I just feel it's so
It
obviously
failed
racist.
miserably.
How do we even rate if a year has like truly been bad or not? Because there's lowest lows, there's highest highs, there's averages, and then there's the type of way of which it's bad, right?
Well,
You understand?
I did a
Because
little research.
I looked up like mid like 1980 like films, and there's like some genuine like real bangers like Princess Bride and stuff, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, could we really call that year a bad year for films if a particular banger came out on that year? You know what I mean? It's a bit awkward.
Well, that's a question. How do you judge a year in film? I think it's. I think you're addressing a question that's going to be relevant the entire rest of the video of the stream. How do you judge a whole year when there are highs and there are lows? You know, like I can think one of the worst films I can think of off the top of my head would probably be something like Movie 43 or something really trashy, or The Hottie and the Naughty, which is a movie that no one. Oh, sorry, Martha. I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off there.
I would say honestly probably how it's reflecting the culture at the time, because like the film the year that I picked was 1946, because that's when Song of the South came out.
You know what? That's a fair one too. And 46, you also, adding to what you're saying too, outside of Song of the South, it was also a really bad year for like horror movies. I know that because that was around the time that Universal was doing all their like really cheap sequels to horror films, like because they had like cycles of horror where like they had the really good stuff early on, like the Dracula, Frankenstein, The Mummy, The Invisible Man. Then they hit like a lull, and in the 40s they kind of just made like, I guess like the sequelized, serialized kind of monster mashes that weren't as good, like House of Frankenstein, House of Dracula, the various World War II Invisible Man movies, the really bad Mummy sequels. Yeah, I think 46 is a pretty bad year. But then I also had Val Lewton. Well, when did It's a Wonderful Life come out? Was that 46 or 45?
That was 46, yeah. That was 46. Yeah, because you've got all the post-war films
now we have to
as well. So you've got
specifics. Well, that's a good question. Again,
enough,
it's tough because it's how do you decide? Anyway, let's get some more super chats playing real quick, and we can get on to. I think a few came in real quick. Sorry if I'm talking, by the way, too much.
At Jeff Pyatt 2K4 super chatted $2. We all know that The Running Man was high art.
Huh. Are any of these
At
sounds
Page
playing for
Lego
you guys?
4027 super
Well, I
chatted
can hear them.
$19.99. A moth in the hand is worth one in the hand.
That's why. Oh, there you go. Sorry about my earphones stopped working there for a second. I'm so
At
sorry.
Cloud Parade super chatted $5. Congrats on your 2-year anniversary on YouTube.
Thank you.
I think this last year on your channel has been awesome for vids. Excited for more next year.
Here's hoping.
Smile.
By the way, sorry if I was talking over you guys. My earphones stopped working. I didn't hear what you guys said just recently. Sorry about that.
I was going to say I did some research for this, knowing what the topic would be, and basically, I don't think there is a year you can call the worst year for film. Although, having said that, 1998 was pretty bad.
Oh God!
At the Man with
let's
Applin
check real quick.
7678 super chatted $2. 2009 is a solid contender?
2009, another contender potentially. Okay. All right. So let's. Oh, I also going to check the super chats that weren't read out loud. Scorpion says they'll pick 2006 because I struggle to find faves there. Nick Wolf says 2019 Joker, Toy Story 4, Lion King, Aladdin, Episode 9? Question mark. But why do you think 1998? I'm curious.
Well, the big movies of that year, certainly the tentpole blockbusters, which I think relating back to what was said about it being something to do with the culture, we had the glorious release of the terrible Godzilla film.
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought. Actually, I thought of two films from '98 specifically. I thought of
Was
Godzilla.
the other one Lost in Space?
Lost in Space was bad, but also we had Saving Private Ryan
That's true.
in '98.
But then we also had just a couple of the stinkers, Deep Impact, which
And Armageddon, of course, too. With
and Armageddon.
Yeah.
Robin
I go
Williams.
so far as to just say the '90s in general just had like a pretty awful
Honestly,
in general.
Ooh,
At
certainly
Wizard
the second
45
half.
super
I
chatted
think it's an
$5.
acquired
I'd
taste,
I'd
the
like to see
90s.
someone try to debate either Jester Bell or Ranting for Vengeance on their video takes
Oh,
and see if they tries to
God.
defend them.
No, that'd be a terrible idea. I'm sorry. That's okay. Super chat. In case you guys didn't hear, I'd like to see someone try debating either Ranting for Vengeance or Jester Bell on their video takes to see if anyone tries to defend them. Jester Bell's a grifter, or not even a grifter, but she's just a bad faith actor. She's not going to listen to you.
I think as well when sorry, could I weigh in an answer? I think as well like it would be too easy for like Easy Party to lay down a lot of character-based accusations that would make the concept of a debate really hard to
At the
actually
Wyvern
do.
super chatted
Agreed.
$5. 2009 was amazing for animated films though.
Yes.
Mr. Fox, Coraline, 9, Cloudy with a Chance, Princess and Frog, Up.
Oh, Up was 2009. I forgot about that. And so was Avatar, which I guess is animated too, if you really want to be technical about it. Most of it's animated.
Avatar's great.
The first Avatar film?
Yeah, the first Avatar film. Like if you count what do you call it? I think there's more animation in Avatar than there is in like Who Framed Roger Rabbit. So like
Yeah, it's mostly splitting digital hairs.
Because
mostly, yeah.
it's oh my gosh. One time I was talking to somebody about the quote unquote live action Lion King film. And for those who don't know, I have an associate's degree in animation and game art design. It's what I went to college for. And I have a pretty good understanding of it. And I was trying to explain to them that entire film is animated from start to finish, the whole thing. And they were acting like I was crazy. And I'm no, the whole thing is animated. All of it. And they're like, some of the environments and sunsets are animated. No, literally all of it is animated.
They didn't believe you?
They were in doubt?
Believe me. And I was like, I don't understand.
They literally got NASA to take him to a different planet. What are you talking about? Come on, let's be real.
They know they actually
did. They have
filmed
very trained lions.
They use Mr. Ed technology.
Wouldn't that be cool if they did though? Like, I mean, they would never. Cause I always think back to like the I'm not sure if you guys remember this one. There was a Jungle Book film back in like the early '90s, a Disney live action.
Oh
Jungle
yes, I know this one.
Yeah, and it was really good. I mean, let me rephrase that. I remember it being really good. I'm sure if I watched it now, I'd be like, oh, it's this is fake, this is dumb.
It was
whatever.
gritty. I remember liking the grittiness at the time.
I liked it. Yeah, I liked it when I was a kid. I mean, I want to see it again. That's one I actually do want to revisit at some point, because I think, like, is it as good as I remember it? Like, anyway. But yeah, no, they use real animals, I think, for part of that, at least. I mean, they probably use, like, animatronics for the more dangerous shots, but, like, I'm sorry, babbling so much with this. But we got 98's box, the top grossing films from 98 up right here, according to Box Office Mojo. This is domestic box office, so American box office. Titanic was 98. Forgot about that one. Armageddon, Saving Private Ryan.
Too.
There's Something About Mary, The Water Boy, which
that's the first standout. That was the fifth biggest film of 1998 in the US.
The Water
Boy.
Yeah, and then Dr. Dolittle, which not a fan of Dr. Dolittle. Actually, it's funny. They have I would say Rush Hour is the one with more cultural like lasting power, and that's like the 9th at the box office.
Last year, so like in my Discord server, what we do during February is we like I only did this. I've only done this one year, but like I plan on doing it again. We watch movies that are culturally relevant to Black people, and so what we did is we actually watched Rush Hour and a bunch of other films. And I've mixed in some stuff that was like, oh, here's like stories that tell slave stories, but I also mixed in some other stuff that was just like movies about Black people being anything other than like in servitude or slaves or being like actively abused.
So nothing with Black pain, preferably, is what it's like avoiding Black pain, basically. Yeah, which is fair. Yeah.
And so that was one of the films that we watched, and it was really, really fun because like my my Asian friend suggested it because he was like, it's just like a good like cultural buddy movie.
I like Rush Hour. I mean, parts of it have aged poorly, but I generally like the film.
Oh, definitely.
I'm also actually surprised looking at this. Like movies like Blade were like pretty low on the ranking, but that's like kind of seen as a classic. You've Got Mail. That's like a kind of a classic nowadays, but that's pretty low on the list.
Oh, is the Parent Trap one the one with Lindsay Lohan?
Yeah, it's the
Is
Lindsay
that
Lohan
that
Parent
one?
Trap, which
Yeah.
I think is really good. I like Parent
Yeah.
Trap.
Yeah.
Mask of Zorro, Mulan, As Good as It Gets, The Truman Show, Good Will Hunting. 90 had some good movies, but they had some stink. Prince of Egypt, really? That was that low?
Wow. No, yeah, I would have thought that was higher. But wow, there's a lot of movies that I just didn't watch because I was 1 year old.
Yeah, right. Well, I was a little older than one. But like looking at some of these are like really good. Some of them are really. Oh, they also had Jack.
Jackie.
They also had Jack Frost, which.
Masterpiece.
But
Good old
I think
talking
a lot of
snowman.
these
Let's go.
but not the good Jack Frost,
I
the
feel-
bad Jack Frost with Michael Keaton, as opposed to the good
I
one.
feel like a lot of these movies would have had like really good staying power. Like I feel like Mulan and like The Truman Show have really, really good staying power of like films that are still really fun to watch today. But like other films, I feel like definitely like have fallen off, and people
Yeah.
just don't like
Like this
really watch. Like I liked A Bug's Life. But, like when's the last time you were like, man, I really want to watch A Bug's Life?
Yeah, like what do you want to watch more, A Bug's Life or Mulan? You're gonna choose Mulan. Like it's interesting, right? Like, and this is something I want to bring up too, how a lot of movies have a lifespan. Some movies are relevant forever. Some come and they go. Like even there's something about Mary. I mean, obviously, I feel like Mark Ryan. I think you're like more. I think you're around my age more. Like, did you ever really like that movie? Like I was a little too young for it. I feel like when that came out.
I remember liking just it
The
was
one
a time
scene.
for for edgy comedy, and it was like an era where just like if you broke any rules, like it was considered like revolutionary and comedic. And there's something about Mary did a lot of that. So it was like a film that we did talk about for quite a bit, and everyone thought it was like just like a comedy revolution because of the Farley brothers. So
Yeah,
And
that's fair too.
I was the perfect age for it because I was about 16,
Oh,
so
perfect.
it was absolute phenomenon because it was the first real gross out film. Because I think they'd done Dumb and Dumber and they had done Kingpin before that. Yeah, but Kingpin was a huge flop. So that was the first one that really.
It was a huge flop, but I remember a lot of people loving it and like saying like, dude, these guys are like comedy geniuses. You got to give them another chance. And it like picked up steam on home video.
Yeah,
I think it
What's
also.
on the
It also
bottom? What's the bottom movie? Like the
lowest
one that's
grossing
at
of the
very-
year?
like-
Oh,
we're gonna
Flubber
find a good
came
one.
out that year. That's a shame. I like Flubber. Oh, Apt Pupil. It's another good one.
we watched Flubber the other day.
Yeah, and Crim Server. We were watching that. Shakespeare.
It was fun.
I
It was the first
like
time I'd ever-
Flubber. I think it's cute. The lowest one here is the Gingerbread Man, which I've never heard
Gingerbread
of.
Man.
I
That's,
have never heard of that film.
But not Ginger
I can
Dead
tell
Man,
you
which I
that's-
know about. But
I know that film because at the time on one of the film magazines I used to get, they did a trailers of 1998 preview, and so that's Kenneth Branagh in a legal drama about a racist. It may or may not be John Grisham.
yeah, okay. It looks like this sounds like a John Grisham story. That's interesting. I guess it didn't do. I mean, maybe it was like a limited release. It was only in 8 theaters. Okay, that makes more
I
sense.
think it was like a
maybe
prestige
small
film.
Limited, yeah. American History X very low as well. Again, when did this come out? How much did this gross? Yeah, American History X did not gross a lot, and that's considered a masterpiece by today's standards. You know?
What's just under it as well?
Yeah.
Phantom, the infamous Ben Affleck film,
Yeah.
only just grossed less than what is now considered a very high quality prestige film.
Yeah. I mean, Apt Pupil
And,
again, another one
can-
too. Anastasia.
Can I like touch on like your initial question again? Because like I thought of something.
Yeah, go for it. We can jump around calendar years too at this point too. We're early enough on this.
So I feel like for me it's really, really hard to like just like be like, oh, what is the worst year? Because like I was able to come up with an answer, but the reason it's really hard for me to find like what's the worst year for film is because I guess I'm definitely like don't have the strongest opinions on movies. At least not as strong as like other people in this call, definitely. But it's partially because if a movie is good or bad, I can find enjoyment out of it somehow. Because if it's not if I'm not laughing at it because it's genuinely funny, I'm laughing at it because it's bad.
That's also fair too. There's some great so bad it's good movies out there. I think one of the best
Like
examples.
Ouija.
Ouija is a good example. I agree.
Yeah.
One example I always think of that's like the best example of a so bad it's good film that completely failed at its goal is, and it's an older film but became popular in the '60s with the counterculture. Reefer Madness. It's one of the greatest examples of a failed film possible. It started off as an anti-marijuana PSA, but became extremely popular in the 60s with stoners because it was so absurd and over the top. So it's like the ultimate so bad it's good film. It failed so much what it was trying to do, it became popular with the people it was trying to stop.
There's something magical about those propaganda films.
Oh, they're brilliant. I want to
Oh yeah, for real.
I think Reefer Madness is public domain, so I want to maybe watch that on stream one day or something. That'd be fun.
Have you ever watched Ship of Shame?
Ship of Shame? No, I have not. Oh my god,
It's a propaganda film for the Navy about not to sleep around, and it has lots of close-ups of like diseased genitals.
Oh god, that's disgusting. I love it.
Oh, that's terrible.
Let's let some super chats play real quick because they've been piling up. But Jesus Christ, that sounds amazing. I love that. All right, we got here.
At King_Rollet super chatted $1.99. Sinners came out in 2025.
Sinners
already
did.
a great year.
Sinners is amazing. We'll get to the Sinners later.
Sinners is great.
It's an amazing film. And
At
it's
Racer45 super chatted $5. 2008 was one of the worst years for movies since we had Disaster Movie.
2008 Disaster Movie is
hell no.
But 2008 had Dark Knight and Iron Man. So I mean that,
and it had Speed
Manita
Racer.
Rules super
Yeah,
chatted
exactly. Speed Racer.
$4.99. Is that Jungle Book movie the one with Jason Scott Lee?
Yes, it's the
That
Jason
one
Scott
was
Lee
an
Jungle
interesting
Book.
movie.
Yeah, that's the Jungle Book movie. It's good. Jason Scott Lee's really good in it.
And
At
question.
Gabe the GM super
so
chatted
that's still coming.
$2.66. Best 2025 movie emo was Sinners and worst is L and S 25.
Yeah, Sinners, I think everyone's going to agree is up there for 2025. Sorry, on Super Chats and...
At the Man with
pause real
Applin
quick.
7678 super chatted $5. Ooh, What Dreams May Come. That's my mom's favorite movie.
What Dreams May Come, I have a hard time revisiting since Robin Williams passed away. That's a tough movie to revisit.
Same.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful film.
That's how I
It's
feel about the
amazing, but-
Bicentennial Man. Like, I really want to rewatch the Bicentennial
Even
Man.
Peter
but I feel like
Griffin
that one
won't
is
see it.
so...
Yeah.
I feel like the Bicentennial Man is one of those films that's just like peak Robin Williams. Like his like everything that he is in that film.
That's interesting.
And it's just like he's so gone.
You see, that's interesting. For me, I always think peak Robin Williams, and again, this is just my associations with, when I was growing up. It's interesting. I think it's gotta be Good Will Hunting. Like for me, that's like I think probably his best role. But Bicentennial Man's really interesting. I think What Dreams May Come is one of his more tragic films. Also, 1 Hour Photo. You Can't Sleep in 1 Hour Photo. That's a really good movie. Hot take, maybe. I think Insomnia is not that good of a movie. Nolan's Insomnia. Yeah, right.
I agree with you. Yeah.
I'll be honest. Also, and this might become controversial because I've said this a bunch of times in the past. I'm not a huge Christopher Nolan stan. Like I like his movies, but I think he is. I don't think he always hits it out of the park. I think when he's great, he's really great. And I have issues with his Dark Knight films because I feel that they're really good movies, but not good Batman movies. I feel like
I think the way that I describe him is that he's like the thinking man's Michael Bay.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, that's good. That's a good comparison.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like his Dark Knight movies are the best James Bond movies that don't star James Bond. Like they feel more like James Bond spy thriller movies, and they do the dark noir detective stories that Batman should be. But I do think Insomnia is not a great movie. And Robin Williams is good in it, but
I think it's probably Nolan's worst, and I also think it's probably one of Al Pacino's worst performances.
it is definitely.
It's just
Yeah, I'm not arguing that one. I don't disagree. I do think that Tenet might be worse than Insomnia. I did not like Tenet. which I know is controversial probably because no one can agree on how they feel about Tenet, but I didn't like.
I think Tenet was pretty decent. It played with a brand new like time concept that not even like the creator of JoJo would have came up with. I think that was pretty cool.
That's fair. I think the sequences are interesting, but I didn't. It's the movie doesn't come together for me. The sequences.
Yeah, I have issues with how it talks about destiny.
Yeah, agreed. Right, like there's no sense of choice. It's just kind of like you kind of feel like everything's already happened before the film even begins, and you kind of like, okay, well, what's there's bits of it I like, but it doesn't come together for me. Like it's just too uneven. Whereas Insomnia is mediocre throughout. You know what I mean? Like it's very mediocre from start to finish.
I'm looking at the list right now for 2008 box office stuff.
Yeah.
And I see Twilight on there, and I will always have a sweet spot in my heart for Twilight because it is just like when I was watching them as a kid, I thought these films were so amazing, and now that I'm an adult, I'm like, these characters are really weirdly written. I wouldn't say poorly written. They're just weird people. They are very weird people.
A lot of that has to do with the novel. I think a lot of that has to do with the original Stephenie Meyer novel. I think because that novel is written strangely. The film tried to patch it up as best they can. But
well, it's not only that, but like they try to correct some things, but in correcting some things, they actually end up doing more harm than they do good. Because Bella is actually very funny in the books. She's very funny, and a lot of the books like bank on her inner dialogue, and they have a little bit of her inner dialogue in the movies, but it's not enough. So Bella seems very, very flat. Whereas, like, in the book, she's just like, oh my gosh, everybody here is crazy. And Edward's also kind of weird. Like, he's sexy, but he's really weird. Like, she's very aware of how odd he acts and how odd all the other vampires act as well. It's just all of this stuff is restricted to her inner dialogue because she's a very, like, I wouldn't say shy, but introverted person.
I agree with you. Hot take, I think they should bring back inner dialogues like in live action. I don't care. Like I think live action movies should have it more inner dialogue like tropes.
Do you think
for
Dune
real
should have had like the inner dialogue sequences like in David Lynch's Dune from the 80s? Where they have like the whisper. Yeah, exactly. Whisper. All the internal dialogue from the book is whispered audibly. I love that.
I feel like the thing is, like, for those who don't know, because, like, I'm very deep in the Twilight trenches, Twilight is basically Stephenie Meyer's self-insert fan fiction, where she is Bella, and, I can't remember, Gerard Way is Edward. The way that Edward is described in the books at the time, you know, that the books are releasing, he is described to look exactly like Gerard Way.
Except he's not writing comic books. Which is we'll make it better.
He's not writing comic books. And that's kind of like what it is like from this perspective. It's very interesting, and also the fact that Stephenie Meyer is Mormon, and that like really like seeps into literally every aspect and facet of the book. And when you have this information, the book actually makes complete and total sense once you have the context of the fact that this is a young woman writing a self-insert fan fiction, and she's also Mormon.
Right, but however, I did just argue in a video that it's not fan fiction, so now I feel like I've contradicted myself in the same week.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Debunking my own
now,
video. Well, it's not Harry Potter fan fiction, that's all it counts.
She would never admit that that's what it is, but she has admitted that she's a big fan of My Chemical Romance, and the way that she describes Edward, and the fact of the matter is she asked them to ask Gerard Way to play Edward in the movie.
Jesus
he said no.
That'd been a very different movie if Gerard Way played Edward Cullen.
Dodged a silver bullet.
That's like a David Cage moment right there.
Really,
it's a very odd book and a very odd movie by extension. But that's just because the culture of Mormonism is also just very odd. It would make complete and total sense if you yourself were Mormon reading the book. You'd just be like, oh, this is completely normal. Like, but
exactly.
You know, a lot of people aren't Mormon, so they're just kind of like they like the book, but they're just like, why do they act this way? Well, a lot of it goes back to to Mormonism.
There you go. Also,
For
Kyla
me,
and Noah, you're in. You know you can access this voice chat if you want. I'm seeing you in chat right there. You can access the conversation. You know that, right? You too. I'm just seeing you commenting in the conversation on chat. I'm like, you guys, you have access to this Discord. Sorry, Mark, I cut you off there.
It was me.
Sorry, it's Ryan. I cut you off there. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the film of Twilight, the funny thing about it is, and nobody who made it has admitted this, but it feels like it's parodying the book.
Well, I mean, both. I know both Rob Pattinson and Kristen Stewart both can't stand freaking Twilight.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah,
they
they
hate the
clown on it
book.
constantly.
They both admit they hated it, but
being
it
in
feels
that movie.
Gotcha.
it feels like the screenwriter and the director also hate the book because they made a film that perfectly parodies all of the sort of the worst excesses of the book.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, you
I
go
think
from.
that's accurate.
But when you think about it, you go from
And
like
then-
making a movie about
yeah,
Jesus
sorry.
Christ. Sorry, I'm sorry, I cut you off. I'm so sorry. If you think about it, you go from making a movie about Jesus' birth, and then you make Twilight, and it's like almost back in because didn't the director of Twilight make the Nativity story right before this one, if I remember correctly?
Yeah,
Yeah.
How am
think
I the
so.
only one that knows this movie? I'm just realizing. Wait, am I the
No,
only one? Who
I
saw
remember the
this one?
nativity story.
I'm like,
Nativity Story starred the girl who had appeared in The Whale Rider. She was like nominated for an Oscar for The Whale
Yeah.
Rider.
that's right. That's right. Yeah.
There's also the fact that, like, and if you look up interviews, Robert Pattinson has said, on a few occasions, that he does not like Edward and that he played him to be as weird as possible.
He succeeded, and he's been playing weird characters ever since, which I kind of admire. I love that detail. I do want to do a couple things real quick before we go on to more super chats. I just want to bring up a point with the 2008 box office real quick. That's interesting. If you look at the top 10 right here, half these films are now widely hated, despite being huge successes in the era. Indiana Jones, Kingdom of Crystal Skull, Hancock, not as well liked. Twilight,
Really? I love Hancock. I love Hancock
Hancock
so much.
is a mixed bag. I feel like it's not as discussed anymore, even in the Will Smith oeuvre. You know, I like Hancock. I think Hancock's really good until the last act.
I think that's partially because people were expecting there to be a sequel, and then we were never given a sequel, so people were like, you know, fuck it, and moved on.
It does kind of end. I feel like that movie kind of ends and it stops, and there's not much of a sense of coming back to it as much with other films. But
I think it's I think it's funny that you bring up Hancock because that's Dee's favorite movie.
Really, that's interesting.
Yeah,
I always
he Dee really loves Hancock. He can't get enough of it, you know.
That's interesting. I always feel like Hancock, I don't know, Hancock never doesn't stick with me as much. I like the first 2/3 of Hancock. It's the last third that throws me off. Once they get introduced the other superhero angle of it, I feel the movie loses something. Quantum of Solace, another movie that was highly anticipated but was very disappointing. Horton Hears a Who.
and I love that. I love Quantum of Solace.
Really?
I'm one of the.
That's interesting.
I consider myself a diehard Bond fan, and that I think is one of my favorite Daniel Craig Bonds because,
Really?
yeah,
I think it's because like it's a massive like shift from Casino Royale. I
Yes,
usually think
yeah.
like if depending on whether or not you like Quantum of Solace depends on how you feel about Casino Royale because it huge shift between the two.
Yeah.
and I think you've got it down pat there because the thing I really hated about Casino Royale, which I thought was an okay film, was how many
That's
times
interesting.
it's how many times it sort of almost looks at the camera and says, "See, we're not like the other Bond films," where it does the sort of, "Do you want it shaken or stirred?" And he says, "Oh, I don't care." It's like that's them turning to the camera and saying, "See, look, we're not like the other Bond films. We're different." And I feel like they were more relaxed when they came into Quantum of Solace.
That's interesting because I know Quantum of Solace was partially written by Daniel Craig. I know that because of the writer's strike. So it's interesting that that's the case. Because I really like Casino Royale. I really like Skyfall. I feel like Quantum of Solace is like the more overlooked, kind of lesser loved one, which is interesting. But going down the list real quick, you have Sex and the City, Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia is beloved, so that makes sense. You have Get Smart, which I think is deeply underrated. Juno, which is considered a classic. Tropic Thunder, which is considered a classic. Step Brothers, which is considered a classic. Pineapple Express is a good one. There's a lot of good movies here that didn't do very well. I like Burn After Reading, but like I get some people hate that one.
Step Brothers became sort of a big thing in the meme culture, didn't it, as well, many years later.
Very much so, yeah.
And Burn After Reading, I thought was brilliant.
No Country for Old Men, really low on the list. Now I'm looking at it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, very
Well,
low.
that came out.
I mean, I can imagine maybe a
no.
general audience member watching it and not getting it.
No, I'm wrong. This is so on my mistake. So this is the back half of its growth. It made most of its money the previous year, or the next year, I guess. Yeah, so that's
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's different.
Yeah, that was a late in the year.
Oh, everyone's favorite movie, Shudder, which is heinous. Anyway, so let's read some super chats real quick, just because they're piling up a lot. I know Kyla T also left one as well. Let's take a listen. Oh, actually,
At Kyla T super chatted $4.99. Rush Hour did more for Black and Asian community real tie-ins than we realize. Raised fist medium dark skin tone.
Yeah, exactly. Rush Hour did bring communities together, I think, which is fair.
At the Waverner super chatted $5. I'm pitching 2013 as a good contender. Some influential movies, but not necessarily beloved ones. Man of Steel, Frozen. Plus Now You See Me.
Oh, we'll go to 2013 next. It's a good point. Yeah, that's interesting that year.
At Hermanita Rules super chatted $4.99. It's either Sinners or One Battle After Another for best movie of the year.
One Battle After Another I still have to watch, but I hear it's incredible. That's one I'm behind on, unfortunately.
At Nina Einstein 2006 super chatted $5.05. In my honest opinion, 2001 was pretty much a great year for films.
2001,
Fellowship of the Ring, Royal Tenenbaums, Spirited Away, list goes on.
2001 we'll take a look at next. That's another great year, yeah.
At Nick Wolf 3885 super chatted $5. I'm weirdly nostalgic for when Twilight movies were the highest grossing films of the year now.
Yeah.
Not good movies, but RIP to Summit Entertainment.
Twilight was in a different era. It brought some variety to what was being the top.
At Langying
10.
super chatted $5. Hey, there's an idea. What if Nolan directed a few Bond films? Or something Bond-like?
Nolan did direct a few Bond-ish films. That's most of his filmography now, I think.
At Pagelego 4027 super chatted $4.99. Nolan is thinking man's Michael Bay is the most brutal truth I've heard all year.
It is a brutal truth, but you know it's true.
I'm telling you.
It's great. It's fantastic.
At user_225_CCC super chatted $1.99. Tenet audio mixing was impossible to comprehend.
Yeah, that was really bad.
At Pagelego 4027 super chatted $4.99. Nolan is thinking man's Michael Bay is the most brutal truth I've heard all year.
The truth so intense you have to say it twice.
Being brutal.
It is brutal.
At the Man with Applin 7678 super chatted $10. This is unrelated to the stream, but a YouTuber I love, Nemesis Bloodreich, recently released a 4-hour video ranking 120 different comic book movies, and I highly recommend checking it out if you can.
I was going to do a video like that at some point, but then I was like, I can't edit this. It's too big.
At KJ Zana super chatted $5. Off topic, but I saw the film Marty Supreme yesterday. It's easily among the top 10 best films I've seen from 2025.
I've heard good things.
Timothée Chalamet is on fire.
I've heard really good things. Timothée Chalamet is an interesting actor. I'll say that right now.
At Nick Wolf 3885 super chatted $2. Get Smart had Villainous The Rock, the best Rock.
I still have to see Smash Machine, but I hear that's really good. With The Rock.
At Olivia_Williams_purple_fairy super chatted $3.61. I shudders to remember when the Transformers franchise dominated the box office.
Yeah, unfortunately, Transformers stopped dominating the box office when Transformers 1 came out. The one time I really wanted it to dominate the box office. Whenever there's a good Transformers film, that's when it stops dominating the box office.
Like the Michael Bay ones?
What
Are
the
you talking
comments?
about the Michael Bay ones?
Well, the comments referring to how Transformers dominated the box office, but Transformers One came out. It's an animated film, like 1 or 2 years ago, and it completely flopped, and it was really good.
Oh.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
excellent.
you got to clarify.
Yeah, because there's Transformers, the first one, but there's also Transformers One, and it's called Transformers One, which is more confusing than anything else.
It's like what, the one from the 80s? No, Transformers
no.
1.
No, it's called One. It's from 2023 or whatever. I love that. No, so not to be confusing at all, but it's like a prequel kind of story.
And do you want to hear a fun fact that I learned recently that I think is actually super duper cool?
Do tell.
So for the Michael Bay Transformer films, Skrillex, the dubstep artist, he actually made a lot of the sound effects for that movie. And I didn't know that before, but now that I know that, I'm like, oh my god, that is 100% Skrillex.
You know what?
And he did an amazing job with
You know
it.
what?
Yeah. The films weren't, they were okay. The films were okay.
Yeah. They're a mixed bag. It's funny because you're a little younger than I am, and Ryan's a little older than I am. I feel like when the Transformers movies came out, you were at that perfect age where they were like the new cool thing. I was at the age right where I was transitioning out of that, and people my age were like, "Oh no, Transformers sucks. It's terrible. It's the worst." And like as time goes on, I feel like there's more of a mixed opinion on that. And some films age differently, I think, which is interesting. I feel like the first Transformers film has aged better than some blockbusters of its era. And I think the Patrick Willems
I
video
agree with that.
Yeah, I think 2 and 3 I have issues with. 4 is the one where they have the weird like Romeo and Juliet clause thing that's like they have the laminated card explaining why it's okay for this adult to like date an underage girl. Which is like, what is this?
I really like the first one, but I think it's also partially because like my favorite Transformer is Bumblebee, and that film is very Bumblebee heavy.
Did you like Bumblebee?
So
the movie Bumblebee?
Yeah,
that one I like a lot.
Oh, I haven't. I'm so sorry. I haven't seen that one yet. I need to catch
you'd
up on
like that one.
My to watch film. I still actually haven't watched the one people are like talking about today. I can't. The one that starts with an S.
Sinners.
Sinners. Yes. Krim said I should watch it because Krim thinks I would like it, and I probably would like it.
I'm seconding
based on what
Krim.
I've been told, but I haven't sat down. I need to sit down and watch it.
Well, I'm going to ask you 3 questions. This will determine if you want to watch Sinners, all right? The first question is this. Do you like Southern Gothic movies?
Yes.
Do you like movies about black business owners forming a business that benefits their community?
Absolutely.
Do you like seeing the Ku Klux Klan getting shot rapidly by a machine gun?
Oh, yes,
You're going to love Sinners. You're going to love Sinners.
Oh my gosh. One of my favorite films that I've ever seen actually is called this doesn't necessarily have like Ku Klux Klan members getting shot up, but The Black Klansman,
love it,
funniest
movie.
film I have ever seen in my life. That film had me laughing from start to finish. I was in tears. It is so funny, and it's just honestly like I haven't since and hadn't up until that point seen a movie that was just so well-roundedly funny.
And like it's so effective at satire. Like every second of that film, and the fact it's based on something that actually happened is even like crazier to me. Like,
and like for me, like as a black person, like there's some instances that are very like relatable, like like being like when he finally got back at the leader.
Oh yeah, David Dukes,
for those
right?
who don't know, the leader of the Ku Klux Klan is called the Grand Wizard, which is the stupidest fucking title I've ever.
These people are
heard.
nerds. It's terrible. They're such
probably
losers.
Be cool for something else, but but he towards the end of the film, like. For those who don't know, this film takes place with this black man who has infiltrated the Ku Klux Klan over the phone. He's like become a member over the phone, and he's using his quote unquote white voice. And like at the end of the film, he basically lets the other shoe drop and lets the Grand Wizard find out that he's actually a black man, by like throwing, because he was like, oh, how do black people talk? And this like white guy comes back with this, like, he can't even like very well like put it into words what he's trying to convey, because like it's actually built off of nothing. And then he throws that like quote unquote manner of speech back in this white man's face, and then the white man realizes that a black man's been fucking with him for like an entire year at that point.
It's so
really
great.
good.
And like Spike Lee in general, his films are really good. I like a lot of Spike Lee films, but that one I think might be up there for me, up there with Do the Right Thing and Malcolm X and what was the one?
I knew it was going to be good when he opened the film saying this movie is based off some real shit. I was like, oh yeah, this is going to be great.
It's such a good movie. I love it. But I want to veer the topic slightly here, back to 2013, because chat mentioned that 2013 might be a contender for worst year. And looking at the list of films, I'm not gonna lie, they may be onto something with this one. So, looking at 2013, the top 10 grossing films, you got Iron Man 3, which I think is a good movie, but not the best Marvel film. You got Hunger Games Catching Fire. I think that's the second one, right? Despicable Me 2.
I think so. It was a good film.
Yeah,
Catching
it's
Fire
good.
was a
It's
film.
good. You know, top 3 so far is pretty good. Man of Steel is where it gets controversial. People have issues with Man of Steel, and I can't blame them exactly. Monsters University, again, that's a mixed bag. Monsters University and Frozen. I think Frozen, just because it carried into the next year, didn't have as high of a ranking, which is fair. Gravity. That's why Gravity, Fast X, Oz the
All
Great
my
and
teachers
Powerful.
saw it so
Isn't
much
that
in
the-
that film, for real.
So
Isn't
much.
that the space one?
Gravity? Yeah, that's the one where they're in space. It's Sandra
Yeah.
Bullock and Batman.
George Clooney.
Yeah, George Clooney. There we go. I love how Batman's my reference with George Clooney. And they
I
have a
watched
satellite
that
issue.
film, but I'm not gonna lie, it like slid off my brain. Like I don't remember most of it.
I remember Gravity being a big deal when it came out, but doesn't have the same staying power that other films in that time had. Oz the Great and
You got to remember, this
Powerful.
was like 3D too.
It was, yeah. That was a big 3D movie. That was a huge deal when that came out in 3D. Oz the Great and Powerful and Star Trek Into Darkness, which some people argue was the worst Star Trek film. I don't agree with that. I still think that Star Trek V is worse, but I also get why people don't like Star Trek Into Darkness.
Oh man, see, this is where we're going to have to fight over this now because I love Star Trek 5.
Can't we all come together and say that Section 31 sucked the most?
Yeah, no argument there. That's really bad. Also, Thor: The Dark World, the worst MCU film, came out that year.
Yeah.
I feel that's probably the worst one. I mean, maybe Ant-Man Quantumania, but like at that point you're running
Again,
into
I like Quantumania.
Not a fan of Quantumania. Didn't love that one.
I think for me, that like Man of Steel, it's got that one scene which ruins it. I think the scene where Kevin Costner says, "Don't save him."
It's like, no, son, don't save me from the tornado.
Well, the stupid thing about that is that's not the problem. The problem is he goes to get the dog rather than sending his indestructible son.
Right?
Who, even if he'd been caught up, even if Superman had been caught up in that tornado, he would have survived. But that's something that might have happened even if he was a normal guy.
Right.
These weird freak things. So you could explain that away. It just doesn't make any sense thematically either. But I'm getting off track.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you, though.
I have a similar thing with Star Trek Into Darkness. The reason I think it's the worst one is because the entire point of Khan hiding his identity is for the audience, not for the characters in the film.
Agreed. It's completely idiotic. That's one of the dumbest parts because it's like it's just done for the audience benefit. And it's such an underwhelming decision that you can feel the moment in the film when he drops that. It's like that Spider-Man No Way Home bit where Tobey Maguire shows up and Andrew Garfield show up, where they stop so the audience can like applaud or something, and like no one in the theater reacted. Like, not a single person like had any reaction. Because we're like, yeah, obviously. Also, we have a new guest showing up. Oh, 1 sec. Just 1 sec. We have a new guest popping up. Mind introducing yourself, new guest?
Hello.
And who are you, Noah? Oh crap. Who are you, stranger? Who's never shown up on stream before?
Hello. I'm actually Noah. Nice to meet y'all. I'm a film reviewer as well. I do a lot of videos on film, animation, video games, all that stuff. For sure. I love doing that.
Exactly. So here's a question for you, Noah. Do you think a year that has Star Trek Into Darkness, Oz the Great and Powerful, Thor the Dark World, World War Z, The Hobbit, The Desolation of Smaug, the one with the river barrel scene, that one.
We're gonna have to fight. I liked that movie. I really liked The Desolation of Smog.
I
really liked The Desolation.
I saw a great fan edit of the Hobbit films that edited all three down to one 3-hour movie or 4-hour movie, however long it was, and that worked really well because they cut out.
That's what it should have been.
I've seen that one too, actually.
It's a good edit.
I've seen that one. That's a good one.
Yeah, because they cut out all the really superfluous weird stuff, and it's like, no, here's the story as it is in the novel. There you go, and it works really well actually. But it's just they expanded it too much, I feel. Oh, The Conjuring came out that year. Okay, well that's one good movie. I like the Wolverine.
Yeah, but look what it spawned.
It was the start of a series that went downhill very quickly, though.
Very quickly. Oh, Pacific Rim came out that year. That's not.
Oh, that's the tick. That's a tick for me.
Also, The Great Gatsby. The Great Gatsby came out that year, and I really liked
the Wolverine. The Wolverine is kind of underrated, in my opinion. I think the Wolverine's a little underrated.
I agree. I like the Wolverine quite a bit. On the other hand, though, it also had the Lone Ranger.
Oh no!
And it had.
Oh my god, Turbo sounds familiar. Well, hold on.
That was the snail movie. The snail animated movie about a race car snail driver. Also, it had
snail.
Also,
10 out of 10.
It had 42. That was a good movie.
Oh, that was the year for Les Mis. Oh, I love Les Mis.
Les Mis year, yeah. Unfortunately, it also had Silver Linings Playbook, which is a loaded movie, I feel like. Percy Jackson, that came out that late?
Yeah, that was...
I don't know how I feel.
I think you see like a lot of like trends here about like what's going to start up and what's going to die, like the superhero stuff, and then the young adult stuff is dying off.
Yeah, this is a transition.
I kind
year.
of look at
this is the adaptation of the second book. I honestly think Sea of Monsters was even worse than the first movie.
Agreed. Because it's more boring. I feel that's the problem.
Yeah.
They also had Prisoners was really good. That's Denis Villeneuve's beginning, really. That's one of his first big films.
Oh, yeah. That one had like Jake Gyllenhaal and Hugh Jackman in it. That's a good movie.
That was really good.
That was a good movie. I like that one.
2011, because like I want to see what else released alongside with Rise of the Planet of the Apes, because I really like Rise of the Planet of the Apes. But... wait, before we go, Life of Pi and 12 Years a Slave, very good films.
And Wolf of Wall Street, same year. Save Mr. Banks, I think, is underrated. There was actually some decent movies that came out this year. I also saw the remake of Evil Dead here, which I think is one of the best horror remakes around. It also has After Earth.
It's kind of disappointing seeing all these really good movies so much far below like some of these really, really bad ones.
Mm-hmm. And that's something to consider too whenever you look at like these box office things, because people like grade movies based on like how much money they make in each year. There's some movies here that have survived a long time that are really low, and you wouldn't expect to be like Inside Llewyn Davis, for example. Terrible box office return. Fantastic movie. Metallica.
How is Wreck-It Ralph so low? Because that feels like that
came out the previous year. It is the carryover, so it's the
the previous. Wow.
So
that's right, because that movie came out in November 2012. So by then it was already like 2 months out.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh right. Well,
so that's the tail end of its box office. All right, 2011. Since we mentioned that one, that was this is like the culmination of all the previous trends. So the number one, of course, is Harry Potter: Deathly Hallows Part 2. That dominated. Transformers: Dark of the Moon, another one. Twilight Saga: Breaking Dawn Part 1. Hangover Part 2. That's
I find that hard to believe that made so much money. I mean, I guess the facts are right there, but like
the first Hangover was a huge hit. People went the first weekend and they convinced themselves it was funny, and then it sat with them, and then they had a hangover, and then they realized it was terrible. It's Cars 2 that's criminal on this list. That's where I'm like, that's criminal.
Oh my gosh, The Help came out in 2011. That is such a good movie. That is such a good movie. It is. It has some really depressing moments, but it has some really funny moments too. It is a great film.
I feel The Help is interesting. It is so complicated, its legacy, you know. But Help is interesting. I like that. Rise of Planet of the Apes.
What strikes me about this list, though, is if you look at how the Chuds and the Grifters sphere complain about how nothing is original now, it was always better back in. I mean, look at the top 5.
Yeah.
Look at the top 7. Look at the top 7, indeed.
Really the top 10 and collectively, because Thor and Captain America, they're technically part of the MCU at this point. So they're continuations of Iron Man. It's all sequels. All continuations. Yeah. There isn't an original film on the list. And Fast 5, I feel
Pirates of the Caribbean 4 is the worst Pirates movie, by the way. I hate it more than the 5th one, even.
Really? Oh, I think the 5th one's worse. Yeah. I mean, 4 and 5 are the bottom for me, but like I do think it's
100%.
I think for me it's an order of release. Like with the first one's the best, and it kind of went down with each one. I feel like, though, I think 4 and 5 are pretty definitively at the bottom. But I
think number 4 had some really good Spanish though, like when they were after the thing, and like it was just so metal when they showed up.
I like the mermaids.
Oh, that's right.
I like the mermaids from
2 and 3 are really underrated, actually, in my opinion. But I think Davy Jones is the highlight there.
3, I think, has a lot of good bits. Bridesmaids being 12 is interesting because that movie has staying power. I feel like X-Men First Class is fascinating because that's the best of these superhero films from this year, and it's like below everything else.
I feel like Bridesmaids has
that is kind of crazy, actually.
It definitely knows its target audience, and it's not necessarily trying to deviate outside of that. And I feel like films do better when they know who their target audience is.
Agreed. Also, I will say this right now. I'm a big defender of Captain America: The First Avenger. I love that film. I find it fascinating how Thor is the one that made the most money, though. Like, of all 3, it's like, now that people say First Class is the best one of these. A lot of people love Captain America 4, Captain America 1. People that aren't big on Thor, but that's the one that made the most money. Like, it's fascinating how this happens like that, you know?
There's an obvious reason for that, though, I think you're missing. It's the superhero fatigue between that coming out and Captain America coming out. In those 3 months, everyone got superhero fatigue, and they've been getting it ever since.
All at once. They haven't stopped talking about it ever since that movie came out. Yeah. But, like, you look at these lists right here, you got, like, The King's Speech, which won Best Picture. Oh yeah, Green Lantern. I forgot that came out this year too. Okay, that makes sense.
Oh,
oh yeah, there we go. I knew there's something. Smurfs. True Grit though, really good movie.
True Grit's kind of underrated in my opinion. That one's actually good.
Very underrated, I think. And Haley Steinfeld in that's fantastic. Better than Jeff Bridges, I would argue, in True Grit. She's the best part of that movie. Jack and Jill.
Have you seen the new? Have you seen the new Avatar film, Ant?
I have not yet, because I have a child, and that makes it hard to go to the theaters sometimes.
I want to see it as well. I heard there's some really good shipping in that one.
I really, really liked it. I liked it better than the second one. The second
no spoilers.
I don't think I'm not going to say any spoilers. The second one, however, it left me feeling very pissed off. This one did not. Not that it was bad. I'm not saying that the film was bad. I was just very mad at Jake the whole time.
That's fair. Yeah, no.
And I wanted to smack him across his face so badly.
Okay, you see, this bums me out right here.
IMAX 3D version.
This one bums me out. The remake of Fright Night being so low. I love that movie. It's such a fun movie. I like Fright Night. It's good.
Man, look at all the good ones down here.
Glee, the 3D concert movie?
Yeah, there's
What
some
the
decent
fuck is
ones.
Glee, the 3D concert movie?
Oh, this Jane Eyre movie was pretty good, actually. I like that one. There's actually some decent movies at the bottom of the list here.
Yeah.
Oh, the Megamind after its initial run. So that is just continued into this era. Tinker Tailor Soldier. Oh, that came out the previous year, of course. The Skin I Live In. Did that come out? Oh, that came out the previous year. You ever see The Skin I Live In?
No.
This movie
It looks weird.
It is twisted.
Oh yeah, I know it.
is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a tough movie to watch. I'll be honest with you. It's great, but I know a lot of people who, especially trans people, who find it deeply uncomfortable. In a good way, but it's deeply uncomfortable. And if you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't seen it, don't look up the plot. Don't look up how it ends.
We also
So what
had
you're saying
the
is
like
go
Wave
in
Runners,
blind.
A wave, yeah, Waves pointing out
like
the Winnie the Pooh movie. Yeah,
the last
live action,
2D
the
animated
one.
movie.
Oh yeah.
That's a good one too.
and that's because it was intentionally put next to the release of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2. Disney very intentionally did that because all their 2D animators are unionized, so they kind of figured out like, yeah, exactly. That's why they released Treasure Planet next to the second Harry Potter movie and the Santa Claus 2 and the second Lord of the Rings film as well. Because they wanted to kill it off so they could move to
It's like the
3D,
Rancor pit, they just throw whatever movie they want to fail into it, then release Harry Potter on top of them.
I hate all of that. I'm gonna play some super chats real quick, then we're gonna jump into this year, and I'm gonna start talking about like these reactions. So let's start with unpause. You can go there, buddy. Is it unpaused yet? There you go. Cool. Awesome. It's unpaused.
At Firearms and Fitness super chatted
That's a
$9.99. Saw the title and want to point out that 2025 has been the most fun I've had in years in theaters and seen movies. Cheers to you all and Happy New Year.
Hey, cheers! And there's some great movies that come out this year. We're gonna talk about them right now. Finally.
At Firearms and Fitness super chatted $9.99. Saw the title and want to point out that 2025 has been the most fun I've had in years in theaters and seen movies. Cheers to you all and Happy New Year.
Love that. Love that. Thank you for the super chat.
At user_225
Lord.
underscore CCC super chatted $1.99. I had a dream that Tony Soprano met Lily Orchard.
That sounds either amazing or terrifying. I'm not sure which.
At Racerk45 super chatted $2. 2013 was also the release of movie 43.
One of the worst films to ever be made. I think it's a pretty
Really?
low bar to clear there.
At Nick Wolf 3885 super chatted $2. Thor introduced us to shirtless Chris Hemsworth.
That's true. That is true. It did introduce you to shirtless Chris Hemsworth.
At Racerk45 super chatted $5. Worst movie of 2011 was Bucky Larson Born to be a Star.
Yeah, that one's bad. That one's really bad. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to pause supers real quick again. Let's dive into the top grossing films of 2025. And we're going to go domestic. So that means that we're not doing... So that means a certain Chinese animated film is not going to be dominating this list. Just because. Yeah. I know in every video you talk about the box office, you mentioned that movie. I still haven't seen it yet.
Actually, I recommend Days-A too. It's actually very good.
I've heard it's amazing. I just haven't watched it. I know it's on HBO Max, but I just haven't watched it yet. I'm behind on so many films, man. It's not even funny this year. Because, again, because of the timing of the birth of my son, everything gets skewed up. It's like, it's totally like, okay, I'll watch it, but by the time you get ready to watch a film, you're about to drop dead from exhaustion, and you're making videos, and you're doing this. It's like, by the time you get started, you're like I still haven't even watched Frankenstein yet, and I really want to watch that one.
Oh, really? Yeah, Frankenstein was really good.
Oh, I know.
But that's definitely valid. You're busy, for sure.
And I want to watch it. The problem is, it's so long. So, like, when you're with a kid, if you're watching on Netflix, a 2.5-hour movie becomes a 5-hour experience. Because, like, every so often, your son needs to have his diaper changed, or you need to get the bottle of it, and it's like one thing after the other, and you extend. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Mark. It extends everything. But I have
That
seen some
definitely
of these
makes
movies.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah, but I have seen a lot of these movies, which is good. The Minecraft movie being number one at the domestic box office is.
Oh no.
And it's
It is a
neck and neck with Lilo
cinematic
and
masterpiece. Let's go. Let's do this. You know, there was popcorn everywhere. You know, free samples for everyone. You know how it is.
It did bring
The
back
best theatrical experience ever.
It did bring back the Rocky Horror Picture Show experience of having people screaming in the theater when you're watching a movie.
Oh.
Chicken jockey.
But neck and neck with that is Lilo and Stitch, which it's funny that two mid films are the top. I wouldn't say either are necessarily
Well,
like the
not only-
worst, but very mid.
Well, the thing is, I think like more people were willing for like the Minecraft movie and like more open about it, and then I think it's just kind of weird because I think what happened with Lilo and Stitch, like people went to go see just how bad it.
I think also a big thing is families. You know, like
Yeah.
you got
Yeah, like, I do.
sorry.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I was just gonna say, I think like I don't know, because like a lot of the I think honestly at this point there are people like obviously old enough to have grown up with Lilo and Stitch and want to take their kid to go see it in theater, even though I
That's
reviewed
a
that
huge
movie
part
on
of
my
it.
channel. Exactly. And
Because a lot of people
I hate it because. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Mark.
Well, I was gonna say because a lot of people are like, who would want to watch these films? Then you tell them like Lion King made $1 billion from the one from 2019, and they're like, how? And it's like, families will take their kids to stuff they know. That's what happens with some of these Disney films, unfortunately.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I
Martin
think that's
Scorsese was
partially
right.
Why like
And
I,
one thing
I think
too,
that's partially
also-
why
oh, sorry.
something like. Oh, go ahead. Oh.
No, I'm talking over everyone. I should shut up. You guys talk. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say that I think that's partially why Dumbo failed, actually, because no family has grown up with like Dumbo as something like they saw as a kid at this point. So
Yeah.
like that's why all the '90s movies are really successful, like Aladdin, Lion King, Beauty and the Beast,
Mm-hmm.
I am so
even stuff like Lilo and Stitch.
I'm so
Everyone who saw-
disgusted by the lack of Danny DeVito fans. All right, it was Danny DeVito's time to shine, and no one showed up. How dare they?
It wasn't even a good Danny DeVito movie.
It's
But I'll say this too.
No, it
It's
wasn't.
Well,
like
it had Michael
all-
Keaton too. It's like it's a
That's
waste of
true.
them.
I'll say this too.
Both of them were wasted. Yeah.
They are only a fraction of kids' movies that come out anymore. That's the thing too. Like you look at this year, you had like maybe 3 movies for kids to come out all year long, and one of them was Minecraft. It's no shock that Lilo and Stitch was a big hit and Minecraft was a big hit. They were almost challenged at the box office. Like action films is one every week, horror films is one every week, but this you can count on less than 2 hands the number of films made specifically for kids. You know, and not just like kid applicable, but like purely even K-pop Demon Hunters really isn't a film exclusively for kids in a sense
I would
that we used
say
to
I
get.
would say the age group for K-pop Demon Hunters is definitely like tweens and up.
Yeah, the key word there is up. You know, like
Yeah.
I think Minecraft and Lilo and Stitch, they're made specifically with that 7 to 12 age demographic complete squarely in mind, and that's why they succeeded so well, I think.
I
Which
think
is
what
also
Disney-
crazy because if you compare like the original Lilo and Stitch, that's a film even as an adult I can still go back and really appreciate because of how like different it is as a Disney movie. And in the
Yeah.
remake, they sand off all those rough edges and the things that made it unique. Like Lilo's not even an autistic coded character in that movie anymore, in my
No,
opinion.
she's not much
Like,
of a
she's
character anymore. Honestly, there's not much to her anymore.
No.
I think what
Same with
Disney is
Stitch. I
reckoning.
think both of them got the short end of the stick there. They're like just nothing. Neither of them. They're the namesakes of the film.
And I will say
I
this
think
too.
what-
Sorry, Ryan, I cut you off there.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think what Disney is reckoning with, which is something that I don't think people have picked up on, is that the way they release stuff has changed completely. Because they used to, the reason people my age and presumably your age too, Ant, remember the older classic Disney so well is because they would re-release those in the cinema before
Yes.
home movies, and then they moved that to releasing them on home movies in these weird sort of 7-year cycles.
Disney Vault, yeah, the classic Disney Vault, and now everything's available. I mean, it's funny too. Like they shouldn't be a. I thought Disney was going to do that a little bit with Disney Plus for a bit, but evidently not. Where they bring films back and forth, but they didn't. Well, until they did, kind of, but that doesn't count. It's a different kind of vault.
Because
That's
even
the
before
never
home
coming out
video,
vault.
Yeah.
because even before home video, they did like the 7-year theater thing. You know, they had like Peter
Yeah.
Pan, Alice in Wonderland, all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I saw a lot of Disney films in the cinema, but I thought they were new because I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, films like Dumbo and Peter Pan and all those sorts of what we consider classic Disney films, they felt
Well,
fresh.
they had to find something to put after the Mickey Christmas Carol, which is only like 30 minutes. So
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
and
That's true.
very underrated too. I like that version of A Christmas Carol.
it's pretty
It's
good.
very fun.
It's good. Well, I also went to my local library all the time, so all these films were like bought up by the library system, so you can just borrow them there on VHS and video. I will say this real quick. After Lilo and Stitch, it's Superman and Jurassic Park and Wicked, which I think is very interesting because, and also Zootopia is like $1 billion film now. I think it's actually one of the highest grossing films internationally.
1.4.
1.4. So I think it's above Lilo and Stitch significantly at this point, right? I think. But
It is
Close,
yeah.
I think. Yeah.
But so it's very
No,
funny.
yeah,
with
it
domestic.
beat it out because Lilo and Stitch made like exactly $1 billion. Like Disney very specifically waited until that movie had just crossed $1 billion to pull it out, so they could say it's $1 billion movie.
Exactly. Which I think is very interesting. I think. I think it's also interesting too how Superman didn't have as big a run internationally, but had a great run domestically with theaters. In Jurassic World Rebirth, I will say this. Yeah, it's not a great movie, but it's better than the last few Jurassic World films. Jurassic World Rebirth. I thought it was all right. I thought it was fun enough.
I don't think we're gonna get a good ranking on Avatar: Fire and Ash this year, just because it released so late. I think it's probably going to be a lot higher next year.
And even then, it's still in the top 10. It's been a week and it's in the top 10. Like it's been a week or
It's
two.
tracking good, but not like other Avatar movies good.
No,
my family actually once a year will rent out a theater, and we did that for Avatar: Fire and Ash. It's because we have a lot of mentally ill people in my family who have a lot of anxiety.
That makes sense.
And so it's just frankly, with the amount of people that are going, it's cheaper to just rent the whole thing out at that point.
Honestly,
It actually is.
Makes sense.
And it's I really, really liked it. We saw it in 3D. I will say this, anyone who's interested in going to see that film, I don't think the 3D was necessary. It felt there wasn't enough things jumping out at you, you know, for there to be.
Did you see
the
I was gonna say, did you see the one with the I don't know if it's different for some screenings, but did you see the one with the 60 frames a second or whatever it was scene?
Yeah, it's gonna be weird.
I have no idea. I just know that we sat down and it was in 3D for some reason, and yeah.
Fair.
Yeah,
I think
well,
honestly,
like,
3D is really it works only, at least for me personally, with only certain films. Like stop motion animation, I think actually generally translates pretty well into 3D. Like I saw Paranorman in 3D this year since they reissued that with a new 3D version. That was actually
the Lego
really good
movie. I saw it at the O2 with the. It was actually, I think it was 3.5D or something, where they had moving chairs or something. It was really gimmicky like that.
Oh, interesting.
It was. Yeah, the detail and everything was like amazing because of all the 3D. Like I mean, you could like see each object in front of each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I can see that. I kind of wish I'd seen Lego in 3D actually now.
Was 9 in 3D when that came out back in like 2009 or whatever?
I think it was.
I think so, actually, yeah.
I recall seeing that because I have a memory of seeing it in 3D, but I don't remember if that was like real or if it was just like, you know how in hindsight your memories play tricks on you. I wasn't sure if that was the case or not, but I remember liking that in 3D quite a bit. If
there was like
it was indeed a 3D movie.
There was like an era like right after Avatar when they did post 3D where the film wasn't shot for that, but then they would try to do it. And like the worst one is like Clash of the Titans, where like the hair was on another level.
Yeah, that was bad. Also, Clash of Titans in general. It was I have mixed feelings in that one. I don't know.
Clash of the Titans was very peculiar as well because they would get some of their Greek gods mixed up, and it got a bit weird about it.
And the original
Well-
Clash of Titans, I think, is such a classic of like that. Another example of a transitional film. Like that was when the last real. I think that was the last Ray Harryhausen film that he did, right? I don't think he ever worked on a
Yeah, it
film's
was
effects
last-
after that.
Because that was like early 80s as well, so it was even quite
Yeah.
late in the stop motion game. But yeah, that's one of my favorite films, and they play with the Greek mythology a bit with that. But
Actually, Mothra,
Yeah,
have you
but-
ever
but-
seen Clash of Titans, the original? Because I know the rest of us probably have Mothra. Have you ever seen that one?
The original Clash of the Titans.
Here, let me bring up.
I'm not gonna lie. I give me like a second. I just need to look it up to look at it to
Oh,
tell
no,
you
I'm
if I
going to bring
have,
up one of the
because-
effects. I want to get your reaction to this. I want to see your reaction live to this. Just to gauge if this has as much how effective this is in regards to like
Okay.
I'm going to bring up the Medusa scene real quick.
Because I don't think it sounds familiar, but I'm not gonna lie. Like I have some like memory issues, so like sometimes when I rewatch movies, I'm like, it's like watching it for the first time all over again.
That's fair. I'm just going to play a little quick clip of it to give you a sense of the effects.
Yeah.
Just to gauge your reaction, because I'm curious now. I'm not going to play too much because of copyright reasons, but just very quickly.
Yeah.
Like this is like all.
I mean, that's wonderful stop motion, isn't it? Though that
It's so incredible, but like it's also like it is so dated. Like you can tell
Yeah.
how they made it. But you
I can
also
feel
tell they made it.
I can feel the frames. I can feel the
Yeah.
frames. It's very jumpy, but I don't think it's like I think it's impressive for the time. Definitely.
Oh yeah. Well, the funny thing is, this was actually the end of when they were doing this. So Ray Harryhausen, just so you, I'm going to go on a brief tangent. I promise I'll stop myself early. He developed these skills back in the 40s. He worked on a film called Mighty Joe Young, which was a giant gorilla movie that came out in the, I guess, 46, 47. And he worked under Willis O'Brien, who did the effects for the original King Kong, the original Lost World. And between the 50s to the 60s, he was the guy who did every major giant monster movie from America. And Clash of the Titans was basically his final movie that he worked on, because Star Wars came out a couple years before, and his effects were like vastly antiquated by that point. So this is one of the last major films that incorporated a lot of stop motion, and it feels removed of its time. You got to keep in mind, this came out this was 81. So this movie came out the same year that this came out. I'm going to show you another famous effect from 1981, just so you know what it was competing against and why it very reasonably struggled. Came out the same year this came out. I'm gonna mute it because that's gonna be immediate copyright claim right there. Like came out the same year as. Come on, play. There you go. As the original E.T. So like, it's competing against effects like this. So it's like,
Oh, it's the edited
Oh
version.
yeah.
oh, it's the edited version.
And just like looking at it, just
other
like
one.
how smooth it is.
And this is
you know?
like it's comparing against this. Very jerky, very stilted. It, you know, I would argue Clash of Titans is a movie I like more, personally. But like, if you're a kid of the 80s, are you gonna watch the stuff that your dad likes? Are you gonna watch this new movie for you that has like smooth effects and beautiful animatronics? It's like, it's no comparison. Yeah, same year as also coming out the same year is The Thing, which is a very different alien movie, but oh, I love
The 80s were wild.
80s are wild. In fact, what's crazy is E.T., The Thing, and Blade Runner all came out the same frickin' weekend.
And well, Tron at the end of the year, I think.
And Tron
Yeah,
the year,
Tron
yeah.
also came out, I think, as well. Yeah,
Tron
all
end of the
four
year.
like major touchstones of 80s sci-fi there.
And only one of
weird,
them made
dude.
money. And only one of
only
them
one
made
of them
money
was
at the box
successful.
office.
Yeah, and it's probably the least well regarded of all four.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. At the time, it was considered like the most important family film of all time. Like, launched Spielberg's career. But like, you talk to a sci-fi fan today, like, between Tron, The Thing, and Blade Runner, like, they're gonna choose one of those three over E.T. in terms of quality. But it's fascinating how everyone tried being the next ET, including the clip that Paul Rudd has patrolled Conan O'Brien with for the last 20, 30 years at this point. The masterpiece
Yeah.
that is Mac
Oh my gosh, I love that. I love how he like because the thing is, Conan falls for it every single time.
At a certain point, you gotta go, okay, come on, what's going on here? But I find it funny here. We in 2011 or so, 2013, we were discussing how Captain America was first showing up, how The Conjuring was first coming up. And now we have Captain America Brave New World and The Conjuring Last Rites, and they're falling behind original stuff like Sinners. Also, Weapons came out this year, which is fantastic. I have a video right here.
Love Weapons.
I'm going to play a few super chats, but I want to bring up a video from Mr. Sunday Movies to have everyone react to. We're going to talk about some of the biggest bombs of 2025. But first, super chats.
At user_225_CCC super chatted $1.99. Naza 2 was important to Chinese diaspora like me.
There you go. Exactly. A major film.
At Racerk45 super chatted $5. I'll never understand why people say 2025 was bad year. I saw Avatar
They don't
Fire
watch
and
mo-
Ash with my
Don't watch
mom,
movies, yeah.
sister, and nephew, and I thought it was pretty
Exactly.
good.
Yeah, it was. That's what I've heard, yeah.
At Charlie Monka super chatted $9.99.
This is going to surprise me.
This is
yeah.
going to surprise you guys, but even though movie 43 inches is considered so bad, ironically this movie inspired me to write bad short stories before I wrote good short stories.
You know what? That's fair. I also love how the chat said 43
At the Wyverner
inches.
super chatted $5. Minecraft movie knows what it is, and it has a lot of fun with it.
Agreed.
Also, Steve and Garrett are super romantic, and it's great.
That is fair. That is fair. I don't argue with you in that one. Wait, Garrett is Jason Momoa's character in the Minecraft movie. That's right. Yeah, that is a romance, I guess, of sorts. Okay, so what I'm going to bring up right here is a video from Mr. Sunday Movies, talking about the biggest bombs of the year. We're going to skip around in this one. I just want to bring up a few films that bombed, because box office is one metric. There is also the metric of how much money the film made when you take the budget and the box office. And I think there's a couple points here that I think they make they err on, particularly with Fantastic Four. But I just want to get your gauge your reactions on this. 'Cause I
Are
think
they going international or domestic?
they're going international. Yeah, they're going the total sum of the box office. And they want to go, well, what films made money, which ones didn't? And I think there's a couple points here that are worth discussing. That should become immediately obvious as we go. And we're going to skip around this thing. I'm not going to watch the whole thing.
It's the final video of the year. Little star dot.
Okay, an Asterix.
Yes, like
obviously.
Asterix and Obelix.
That's exactly right.
Brackets also the new Avengers on a budget of $180 million, but it was $425 to break even.
Why is my internet always acting up? I hate that. I'm so sorry,
According to
we're so
Variety,
slow.
this made $382 million.
I was just excited to get a fix.
Oh,
Of that
very
delightful
good.
Sebastian Stan.
This was my favorite Marvel movie of the year.
Absolutely.
So,
when they're
one thing, too, I think, is this... I think Thunderbolts was the best Marvel film to come out this year. Lower budget, didn't bring a whole lot in. Which is to be expected. It's an underrated team. It's not super well-known. Did you guys see Thunderbolts this year, or...?
I did
I
see
did,
it.
yeah.
I actually did like it.
Yeah, I like
I
Thunderbolts
thought
quite a bit.
it was one of those things. I think like a bit like Iron Man 3, where it was sort of a lot of people were put off by it because, as you said, it's not the people know. But it also did something different, which is what everybody keeps saying they want from Marvel.
Exactly.
And then it didn't do well because that's not what people want from Marvel. People want the same stuff. They just want the same stuff to feel original again.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which is why they're bringing back Captain America again.
I also
The original one.
Yeah, yeah. I also love how like all the trailers for Doomsday, it's like it's been a transition where people are like, "Oh, I don't want to see Doomsday. It's gonna be terrible." And then like they bring Thor and the X-Men back, and it's like, "Oh, this movie looks great, actually." It's like, guys.
Yep.
I think what I also liked about it is that, I mean, it's focusing on like the lesser characters of the MCU, and it kind of feels like it's going by the same playbook as James Gunn's The Suicide Squad. But I mean, it worked because I cared for these characters. I liked hanging out with them.
Yeah, it made me care about Ghost. Like, I haven't thought about Ghost since, like, 2018. That's incredible to make you care about such an... it's amazing how they take a character who nobody has talked about for almost a decade and make you, like... And do very little with, honestly. They don't do a whole lot with Ghost or U.S. Agent, but they do just enough with them in just the right dosages where you totally are invested in their story. And very little they need to do with it to get you on their side. It's fantastic.
Well, as a fan of the comics, not specifically the Thunderbolt comics, just Marvel in general, when I was heavily collecting, I would love the stories that highlighted these lesser-known characters. I would like Marvel Comics Presents, which would often do sort of 2 stories in one comic, sort of split down the middle, things like that. That's the sort of thing. So that's where I got into characters like U.S. Agent.
Yeah.
And so this is perfect for me, although I understand it doesn't, just like the comics, doesn't resonate with a wider audience.
No, I'm with you there. I love the Marvel team-up books back in the day. They were fantastic.
American Agent is very like nuanced as well as a character. I think the initial discourse kind of sold him short compared to like when Thunderbolts like really fleshed him out.
Yeah, U.S. Agent's interesting. Sorry, I keep cutting you off there. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're all good. I was just gonna say, yeah, for me personally, I don't know, like in terms of like Doomsday, I feel like it does have a lot working against it, unfortunately, because there's like when you look at like the 10 years they had to set up things between Iron Man and Infinity War, that's kind of unmatched. You can't really top that anyway. But with how they've had to divert things so much, the King storyline initially, they had to divert from that. And then like they basically just dropped the Fantastic Four in, and then they're going straight into Doomsday from that, which is like, I kind of wish we gotten more time with them, actually, and the Thunderbolts.
Yeah, agreed. Unfortunately, we are rushing a little bit with it, which sucks. But anyway, I do want to jump around this a little bit because I feel there's some interesting points being discussed here. I'm going to skip ahead here a little bit.
Marvel.
Right here. Skipping past, I think Cap 4, we're skipping past 2.
Okay, fair enough. At number 12, we've got The Lost Lands. Do you know this?
Nope, don't know what it is. Animated?
No, this is a Paul W.S. Anderson film.
Oh.
Have you even heard about this film?
I have, weirdly, because I hate Paul W.S. Anderson.
Because it's George R.R. Martin, and I never heard of it. I didn't hear a single thing about this film. No one talked about it, in my circle anyway. And so there are all these films that just didn't get talked about. I think Red Sonja was another one like this that got Deathstalker was another one that didn't really get talked about a whole lot. And they're like lesser known, smaller films, but this was again Paul W.S. Anderson.
There's not many filmmakers I actively hate, but Paul W.S. Anderson, I'm afraid, is one of them. And
but Event Horizon was so good. Event Horizon was so good.
Paul Thomas Anderson was one of those actors I love to hate, though.
At Olivia _Williams _purple _fairy super chatted $3.61. This year I saw Captain America 4, Thunderbolts, Avengers First Steps, Superman and Predator Badlands. Didn't have a bad time at any of them.
Yeah, honestly, all really Avengers First Steps, interesting. All of them. I mean, Fantastic Four First Steps, you mean? I enjoyed all those films. I honestly, of those films, I think Thunderbolts, Superman, and Predator I like the most. I like Fantastic Four quite a bit, too. Cap 4 I like the least, but I still had fun with it. Like, they're not bad films. They're all pretty solid. But, like, I just want to point out something. This film made very little money, but there's something else I want to bring up, too. This one. Here we go. This is where I want to jump ahead to.
Just why not? Great. You think the studio's going to come for this? They don't even know it's out. At number 11, we've got Christie. Now, this is unusual. There's a couple of movies in here like this. They're lower budgeted indie dramas.
Yes.
We're going to talk about it.
Big stars, big Hollywood stars.
I know exactly
We're
why
going to
this
talk
one
about
bombed.
that. This apparently needed somewhere between
why this
75 million to 120 million to break even.
Seems high.
Something's happened here, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something's gone wrong. It made 1.9 million at the box office.
This is the
Okay. This was also the year
Ugh.
that many actors and actresses decided to fully embrace the apparent political climate, and in turn made their entire fan base hate them.
At
like
Ermanita
Sydney
Rules
Sweeney.
super chatted $1.99.
Yeah,
PWSA gave us the Og Mortal
can
Kombat,
I tell
which is goated.
people?
Yes, go for it.
So
Uh-oh.
for those who don't know,
Mm-hmm.
Sydney Sweeney was in, I believe it was an American Eagle ad earlier this year. And the whole premise was Sydney Sweeney has great genes. She was selling jeans, but it was a double entendre, as we say, where it was also talking about her genetic makeup and implying that because she's blonde-haired and blue-eyed, that her genes are superior. And that's what the ad was playing off of, because I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be real honest with you. If you go watch the ad, you don't even know that she's selling jeans. I would have had to tell you from watching it that that's what she's selling, because all she's talking about is her body. And I'm not gonna lie, the jeans don't even look very good. They don't look like very good pants.
They look very uncomfortable, honestly, if I'm being honest with you.
And it was very much like, look how beautiful and white and blonde and blue-eyed I am, which, by the way, she's not even an actual blonde, so
She's not even an actual blonde.
Nope, she's not even an actual blonde. And that was one of the things that they were banking off of. And because of this very, very white supremacist messaging heavy ad, American Eagle lost a lot of money. A lot of people stopped supporting Sydney Sweeney, and this eventually led to people not going to see the movie that she and an entire team.
Well, I talked about this in my anti-woke pick me girl video, because that was actually the person I focused on the most in that video was her. But she's actually been doing this for.
Oh yeah, and no,
I think the commercial was a nothing burger. I genuinely think the whole thing was a nothing burger.
I'll let you guys fight this. I'm
unironically.
gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll let you guys fight this out, because this will be fun. Go for it.
Okay, yeah, because she's actually been doing this for a while, and I feel like a lot of people don't realize this. Like, she back in, I think this is like 2023 maybe. I could be wrong. It's like either 2023 or 2024. I'd have to look again at my video. But she was posting things about her like parents' birthday party, and like the whole thing was very MAGA themed. Like, they had the red hats. They were in Idaho, and I think it was like make 50 great again, because her parents were turning 50. But obviously, a lot of people kind of caught on, like, okay, why do you have to make the party MAGA themed? Like, this is just weird. And
did she organize it? Or did the parents organize it?
She and them organized it both.
Okay.
And yeah, exactly.
Has it been documented, or is this
that has been documented?
Okay,
yes, that has been documented. Yeah, I made sure to do my research for that video. So she, like, I think, like, in doing so, obviously, she kind of cultivated, like, this mostly Republican male audience, and that she started leaning into that more and more over time, which eventually led to the jeans ad. Because she has been doing this for a while, and even after the jeans ad came out, Trump tweeted on Truth Social saying that she is a certified Republican. Like, he straight up outed her, funny enough. So
which is weird, considering her movies.
I know, but
that's
like,
part of the reason
movies,
that the film bombed is because the demographic that she curated is very much not going to want to go see a movie about a lesbian boxer.
Well, even look at the film she did
I just
last
think
year,
in general.
Immaculate.
Well, yeah, I just think in general, like the crowd she's carrying doesn't care about art house films. Period. I talked about this in my video. They just don't care. Like, she's catering towards, like, you know, like right-wing gooners. Basically, that's all it is.
The film she did last year was about someone in a church who had like an abortion amid Christians. It's like it runs counter to everything.
Immaculate was really good, actually. Did you guys end up seeing Immaculate?
It was. That sucks.
That's what sucks about it. It's actually a really good movie.
It is. I agree.
And then all the Republicans
that was actually a good movie.
turned on us.
Yeah.
So
do we mention the interview?
I don't want to get too sidetracked too much.
obviously. But I do want to challenge. Someone said that they thought that the ad was a nothing burger. I want to challenge you on that.
Sekiro. Well, actually, here's a question.
I want to challenge you that on that.
Well, for starters, if I remember correctly, the slogan itself was riffing off a different Gene ad, if I remember correctly. So it was.
Yes, it was actually. However, the original ad did not have eugenics messaging in it. It didn't. It just didn't. Like at all. Whereas this entire ad is filled with dog whistles.
I don't know. I feel like there's a little bit of heavy lifting and like wall carrying for this to like carry from point A to point B.
Here's the thing about dog whistles, and this is what you're falling for. Dog whistles are supposed to be subtle. They're supposed to feel like you're making a big deal out of nothing.
Oh, you got some coming in.
I feel like a more likely scenario is
1677 super chatted 92 cents. Something about the ad too is that it's also parodying an old ad from like the 80s. That played like that, but the original girl was like 16. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's a question too. When I was in the bathroom, did we mention the interview that Sydney Sweeney went on yet?
No.
I don't think we talked about that.
Okay,
but yeah,
that
for those who
changes the
don't know,
context
afterward she was interviewed. Yeah, after the whole ad came out, she was interviewed by GQ, and this is kind of the moment that a lot of people solidified their stance on her. So the interviewer asked her multiple times, like, "Hey, so you know that ad you did, right? Don't you think it's kind of like politically incorrect or not great to be like sort of hinting at eugenics in this video? Because that's what a lot of people took it as." And she's like, well, I don't think there's much else to say. Like, the ad spoke for itself. And then, like, she kept trying to, throw her a bone and be like, hey, maybe you can, distance yourself from this a little bit. Like, she was very clearly trying to be cooperative. And then Sydney is just she keeps doubling down. She's like, I think if I have something to say about it, then people will hear it. And it's so stupid.
Like, she could have easily said like, oh, well, that wasn't our intention. We never thought of that. Something that's innocuous that could be like, oh, we never considered that as an angle. Or even make fun of it, going, I don't know why anyone would think that. It's bizarre, but she didn't. It's the
and that's why
she didn't distance herself at all from that.
No, at all.
That's why I want to come back around to the fact that people reference the original ad that is the quote unquote inspiration, but when they were talking about genes in that original ad, because they were talking about genetic components as well. They weren't talking about these genes are what makes this person, the model at the time, more genetically superior. They were talking about the beauty that is the human genome, how there's so many unique aspects that go into making a person a human. That's what it was talking about, how there's these so many different facets of genetic variation that makes everyone so incredibly unique and beautiful. Whereas the Sydney Sweeney ad was very much, look at how beautiful and perfect this blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman is. That's a completely different messaging.
Like, they could have easily had a series of ads with that same message that had different models posing with the genes. They could have done that. That would have had a different message.
In my household, we usually grow up on the notion of Occam's razor stuff. We personally don't like to prescribe malice. Even if maybe there is something quote unquote trying to slip by. Theoretically, one could argue that it might be more effective to purposely play counter coy and go, oh, cool, that's nice, and just have it any other meaning not get picked up deliberately.
So let me ask you this, Sekrios, and I'm asking you this because
it would piss the other end off so much to not notice, actually, because they kind of want you to notice, and that's kind of the trick, is it not?
Well, I'm going to come back around because I think you're talking about dog whistles again, and I'm going to come back around to this. But let me ask you this, Sekrios. What is your ethnicity?
My ethnicity is part Jewish.
So the thing is, when you see something that is anti-Semitic, you pick up on it as anti-Semitic, right?
Sure, but I also like weigh up like the context of how or why it's being said, etc.
Well, here's the thing. Yes, context is important, but here's the thing. Because everybody also ethnically has different experiences. And this is something that I've had to experience as a Black person. People will spit in your face and say that it's raining, and then act like you're crazy for calling them out for spitting in your face. And regardless of what the context is, at the end of the day, if it causes harm, that the impact is more important than the intention. But the thing is, the intention from the very beginning, based off of the interviews that we have of Sydney Sweeney, was to do something incredibly racist.
Yeah.
It's not like she came back around and was like, oh, fuck, we fucked up. No, she stands by the messaging of the ad.
Exactly.
And
she made no effort to distance herself from that. That's the big thing there.
Yeah. The
fact of the matter is, like, as a Black person personally, because of my experiences and the experiences of my people, we can't just give people the benefit of the doubt. That's not an option. It's just not.
Do you believe that if, let's say, she went in the interview, she recognized that it was really like that, it was picked up in a particular way, like in terms of optics, and she was, okay, my bad, we read the script, we thought it was funny, but it turned out some people didn't find it funny, yada yada. She makes the whole apology and everything. Do you think that she would actually hear the end of it?
I feel like...
Here's the thing. No, but it may probably not. But the thing is, apologies are not for yourself. They're for other people.
Yeah, and it would have been the start of something as opposed to the end of something. Like, that's the thing.
Sadly, sorry.
I'm
trying to have a back and forth, but it's like 3 or 4 different turns, and it's like turning around.
That's the thing with the panel. It's always a little tricky. And I do want to move along too, because there are other points I want to discuss with the year. But I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, if she wanted to like clarify, because again, she's at the time the interview is going on, she's promoting a movie. That's the thing too. Like, you're putting your name to a production that hired people, or other people's like futures are on the line if the movie succeeds or fails. At that point, you're kind of like, well, now you're associating your whole brand with someone else. You'd think that maybe even for the sake of the production, you might want to distance yourself from that messaging to some capacity.
Exactly.
Well,
and I honestly think, like...
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I think, honestly, apologizing would have gone a long way. I genuinely think people would probably see her in a better light overall if she actually made, like,
super chatted
an earnest
92
effort
cents.
to apologize.
While the OG ad had a better message about the jeans stuff. A lot of PPL caught on how the OG girl was sexualized as hell, so there's also that.
Oh, that's a good point too. Also, Crim's viewers are jumping in right now. Thank you for from the bombardment, Crim. But yeah, no. So I hear what everyone's saying with this one. I do want to move on to the general discussions about the year, because I think Christie is interesting both in terms of the specific context around Sydney Sweeney, but also within the context of it as a year of films. I feel like right now we're going to go into like a little bit of circles as we keep going with this discussion.
Could I
absolutely. Sorry, Mark.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention one thing. Like, this film came out around November, and the way that I received it was being pushed more for awards, which traditionally tend not to do as well at the box office if they're trying to like get it out this early in like a very crowded season of November. So that's, I mean, like, for one, like, it was like a lot of films like that do get awards like this tend to get dumped on like box office. So I think, yeah, Sydney Sweeney her appeal did contribute to that. But in general, just like awards films tend not to do, especially a film like this, like a generic sports film, about like a closeted lesbian woman, especially for like the crowd that she cultivated here, not going to play that.
Yeah. How dumb can you be to cultivate a right-wing crowd while promoting a lesbian boxer movie?
Especially during award season.
It's like award season, exactly.
it's very niche to begin with, so it's just kind of like if you're gonna be in a niche film, don't shoot yourself in the fucking foot.
Yeah, and I think also the fact this movie was, and one thing I want to draw attention to that you're going to see a reoccurring pattern with this video I want you guys to look at. It was very expensive. $75 million to break even, $125 to break even for a film with no special effects, no major stars outside Sydney Sweeney. That's a boxing movie. Like,
and I've seen it. They don't like have any like huge cinematic sequences. It's like a standard boxing movie.
Yeah. How did it cost this much money? They barely marketed it too, so even the marketing budget was low. How did they?
It's her contract.
Oh, her contract. There we go.
That's what I'm thinking too. It's just Sweeney's contract. That's it.
Thing is, Sweeney assiduously cultivated an audience that wouldn't touch that film, and the audience that normally would be interested won't touch it because she's in it.
Exactly. Like Immaculate was, I think, a small success because she had an audience that were mainly women, mainly young women, and so a film about reproductive rights is more appealing, especially in contrast with religion. So a lot of these films were very mismanaged, I think, for this reason. I'm going to skip ahead right here. I think that Miss Sunday movie kind of screws up with Fantastic Four because a lot of its budget was made back through licensing deals before the movie even came out. So I'm going to skip past that because that's not as relevant to what we're talking about right now. I want to skip over to right here. Oh, Smash Machine. Another example of the same concept, because it's the same idea.
Starring Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. He took a salary cut on this of $4 million, and it needed $100 million to break even, but it only made a bit over $21 million.
A lot less.
I think, though, it did what it needed to do in terms of reestablishing The Rock as something else.
Absolutely.
Whatever that is. Skinny. Skinny wearing a...
Skinny?
Yeah. He was skinny.
He was big in a different way.
No, when he's doing...
His muscles were protruding in slightly different ways than normal.
I'm talking about
His muscles were protruding in a 90s way, not in a 2020s way.
Yes, I'm talking in the press conferences. You know?
He is skinny in the press conferences.
And he had little glasses and he was like, I'm Dave Bautista now. You know, he was doing
that's
that.
True. And he is Dave Bautista now.
Yeah,
so that's good. That's worked.
So I think for The Rock, he's like...
Yeah, so this is the movie, again, same idea. And this is like a Safdie production, too.
Like, it's an A24 film, yeah, which A24. I think is interesting because A24 actually hasn't had the best year this year, interestingly enough.
Eddington was another example, too. That's A24, right? Eddington? Was that A24?
Yeah, but that was them. But also, even like they did the English version of Nezatu, and that was actually a flop. Believe it or not, because that was only the English dub, you know, and it was localized specifically for North America, only released here, and that version actually bombed.
The thing about that too is
even
that
like Death of a Unicorn was a bomb too.
Yeah.
I like the thing about that too is like Neza 2 was also available on streaming without the dub during that time.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly.
And it's interesting.
I think Legend of Ochi didn't do too well, right? I think that was another one.
That flopped. Yeah, that was another kids.
No, that was like,
that one flopped bad.
But I mean, they're A24 films. I mean,
yeah, A24. But A24 is really good with horror. Like that was the thing for a while. They were like, they did a lot of really successful horror films, and those did well because horror has a very wide appeal. But like, I feel like A24 has been trying to expand into blockbusters especially after Everything Everywhere All at Once and The Whale came out, because that was like the year that A24 won every Oscar, I think, basically. But now it's like, well, you can do certain things. I know they have the Crystal Lake series next year, but like this was not a good year for A24. And the Smash Machine.
I wonder if it's
sorry.
I wonder if it's because they're so focused on Hazbin Hotel, because they have been working on Hazbin Hotel.
That could be
but also like what Wraith brings up in chat, they are doing the Backrooms movie too, which actually a lot of people are anticipating that, and that is a horror release. So I kind of expect them to do good on that.
That's exciting.
I will say this, like A24 did have one of the most nerve-wracking horror films I saw this year, which was If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You.
They did bring her back, right?
Yes, they did bring her back as well, but like
Yeah.
if I had legs, I'd kick you. Really got under my, and I think
I haven't seen
especially
that
for
one
you,
yet.
Ant, like as
I
a
got to.
parent, it got under my skin immediately. It is so anxiety inducing.
I haven't heard anything about that one particularly. I've seen like a couple.
Curious?
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I've heard a little bit of that. I mean, my eyes with horror. I haven't even. My eyes were on like Bring Her Back, Weapons, Sinners.
At Armanita Rules super chatted
So that'd be good.
$4.99. As an enthusiast of the martial arts as a whole, The Smashing Machine was disappointing compared to the documentary it's based on.
Really? Was it like just not like as like invested in like the actual art of fighting? Because I haven't seen Smash Machine yet. 'Cause I know it was more focused on like his personal life.
Yeah, because like the thing is like within the Smashing Machine, it's like it's a little bit more understated because it focuses on Mark Kern, this guy who thinks like, oh, I'm never gonna lose, and then he loses. And there's a lot of scenes I like in that where like the camera is away from Dwayne Johnson, like it's behind him. It doesn't have his frame in there. It's like it just shows him like disintegrating and trying to like find the best path forward. So I kind of like that aspect. And the thing is like too, like a lot of the fighting sequences they like put over like juxtaposition like music over it, like jazz and stuff. So it's more focused on like his mentality and not the fighting.
Which makes sense. I mean, the Safdies, I always think of friggin' like Uncut Gems with like
which is a great movie,
amazing film. But that movie is like an anxiety attack prolonged for
such a
100%.
Like it is so intense. Yeah, sorry.
Sandler's second best film of all time.
Easily. It's
behind
so up there.
Jack and Jill, obviously.
Jack and Jill, obviously the best Adam Sandler film.
Oh, actually, I was going to say
clearly.
8 Crazy
Cinematic
Nights.
Masterpiece.
No, 8 Crazy Nights also. Those are great. I mean, Little Nicky, forget freaking Punch Drunk Love. No, Little Nicky is clearly up there as well.
I think what's interesting about the Smashing Machine.
I unironically really like Little Nicky, and I want to rewatch it.
What's
a technical foul?
That's 8 Crazy Nights.
Oh my god.
I mean,
I don't. I know it probably hasn't aged well, but I loved Nicky so much. He was adorable.
In fairness,
that film is amazing.
There is a scene where Hitler gets a cactus shoved up his ass, so that right there does make it art. Whatever.
It's actually a pineapple.
Sorry, a pineapple shoved up his ass. So that right there is
arguably
funny enough. At the theater near me, they actually re-showed 8 Crazy Nights during the holiday season. So I went into my theater and got to see that.
I kind of love that.
All its cinematic glory. Yeah.
Have you seen all the poster edits of the front cover, but they just swap out all the characters?
Oh yeah.
I love that.
That's the best stuff.
I saw one where it was like Sonic Unleashed, and that was really funny.
I saw one with Metal Gear.
That's kind of amazing. I love that.
Oh, yeah.
Another super chat coming in real quick.
Sorry.
Sorry, real quick. So sorry.
At Armanita Rules super chatted $4.99. Smashing Machine is 1-for-1 an adaptation of the Mark Kerr doc. And Mark Kerr's life could have been expanded far more than what Benny did.
That's also fair. And again, the problem with any adaptation of a documentary is they always have to make it like a little fictionalized to some degree, unless they're making like, say, a Lake Mungo type film, which actually they should do more movies like Mungo, but I'm biased because I love that movie so deeply.
The other point I was going to make as well, these sports films, these biopics, or that I think they fall down when there's a good documentary.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if anybody, I don't think anybody else apart from me saw Taika Waititi's Next Goal Wins, but the documentary that's based on is fantastic, and it's a brilliant story, so well told in documentary form. He just couldn't recreate that in a film. And I just think if you've got a documentary, because documentary makers are so good now that they compare to live action, to sort of fictionalized versions.
Like, it's kind of crazy because even that new Hugh Jackman movie, Sing Sung Blue, that was actually based off of a documentary as well. So I don't know why they keep adapting documentaries into film at this point, because of exactly what you said, nothing but media. Like, at this point, documentaries are honestly on par with actually really good films too.
And I think the danger of it is if they ever do something like, say, like Dear Zachary or something like that. Have you guys seen the documentary Dear Zachary?
I have
Yeah.
not.
Oh, if they ever adapted that, that would be heinous.
That's why I'm kind of glad that like Marty Supreme is like so distant from what it's trying to be based on that it's like it's not even like applicable as like an adapted screenplay.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Exactly.
Although speaking of
Oh,
adapting,
to answer Marson, to answer Marson's questions, I feel very good that I'm ratioing Jester Bell. Yes, with my video on her.
Hell, you're gonna ratio her again in a few moments, but we'll get to that in a little bit. We're gonna need your expertise on that one, Noah.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward to it.
Oh yeah, that's. I feel we and by the way, chat, we have not watched the Jester Bell video yet. I've noticed that when I've done streams, if I play the video that I put in the thumbnail at the beginning, you'll leave like before it comes out. So we'll get to that next. Don't worry, that's after this because I want to talk a little bit about this reoccurring problem. So there's a few movies I mentioned here, like Springsteen didn't do too great.
Oh God, yeah,
Nights
that was a pretty mid movie.
Very mid. There was this one too with that I didn't even know about because I just didn't see.
Well, it's like late October too.
That's right.
Yeah, and I'm a New Jersey guy. You'd think I'd watch I'm a New Jersey guy. You'd think we'd watch a Springsteen movie because Springsteen's from our state. No one here talked about it. Like no one.
Well, it's like
cares.
fall. Everything is
Exactly.
lost in the shuffle.
Exactly.
I remember EFAP was trying to clown on me in their very funny stream that they did on the Predator Badlands video. Yeah, they were like, "Why is he so hung up on Springsteen?" I'm like, "Cause it was a movie that seemed like it was gonna be successful, but it flopped."
Yeah.
Like I don't know why you're getting upset at me for bringing that up. It's a major flop from October. That's what I'm talking about here.
And it's funny too with all these music biopics because we mentioned like these documentaries are being adapted. You would think a musician would be another good step because you had even though Bohemian Rhapsody I think is a very underwhelming film, it was a huge hit. The Elton John one did very well. Elvis did pretty well. The Michael Jackson one looks like it's going to do very well too. But Springsteen, it's funny because it's like just not a very particularly interesting. Because Springsteen doesn't have an interesting story. Like he has great music. His story is very traditional. He started up in clubs, became successful as time went on. He built his career up. There really wasn't any like drama with Springsteen, as far as like most people know. So it's like, how do you sell that to an audience? Like with Freddie Mercury, his entire career is. It is what it is.
Right.
There's
and I think
there.
that's something else. I think that's something else as well, because not only do you have to have a real person who's got an interesting story, but also if they're famous, if they're famous now, if they've come up through the last sort of 50 years, a lot of it's already documented and has been. And so like the difference with Freddie and with Michael Jackson and with Elton John is that they all had a lot of their life was hidden.
Yep.
Because obviously Freddie and Elton John were gay and Michael Jackson,
Michael Jackson's Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Like
so
the Bob Dylan one, though, A Complete Unknown, I actually have the opposite issue with that one. I think that one does tackle a very interesting part of his life, when he was moving from acoustic instruments into like electric instruments. And that was very controversial at the time. And that is an interesting hook. But that movie is so boring and it doesn't do anything at all with that hook, and it's so frustrating to me.
I didn't like that one at all, I'll be honest with you. Complete Unknown, I was like,
no,
because you're thinking like, you look at the creative crew behind it, you look at the talent in it, and it's like, you think, they wouldn't work on this unless it was a good concept, and then you watch it, and you're like, actually, but actually,
I know it's so wasted. Like, I think there is something you could totally do there, but it's just a nothing movie. I don't know what happened, honestly.
Especially because, and correct me if I'm wrong, he directed Walk the Line also, right?
Like, yeah, he directed a lot. Great. He directed Ford v Ferrari.
Yeah, of course he did Logan, which is amazing. I love Logan. But it's like, you would think like with a crew, with a director that talented, with actors that talented, with so many people involved, it would be better than it turned out. But anyway, I do want to cut ahead real quick to
vocal performance.
I don't know. They didn't say anything.
Text them.
Okay.
This is another one.
Well, they've dropped their phone in the toilet.
They have. It's true. Their collective parents' phone.
At number 7, we've got the Alto Knights on a budget of $45 million, a break-even estimate of $125 million. It made about $10.2 million.
Did anyone even hear about this movie?
Nope, this is the first time
think
I'm
I
hearing
did,
about
I have
it.
actually.
never
Right?
heard of this movie in my entire life.
Briefly,
What
but I
was-
never got around.
What was
It's-
the title again?
Alto Nights. It's
Yeah,
Robert
no,
De
absolutely
Niro
not.
in 2 roles. How did no one hear
feel like
about
I-
this?
I
That
think
sounds
I
amazing.
I feel like
Right?
the name sounds familiar, but I don't think I saw anything about it really. So that's a
That's
worrying
Baldwin
sign
Pitch
for a De
Gold.
Niro movie.
Very
And
early in the year.
125
That's
to break
crazy.
even. Nobody fucking heard about this movie. There are so many movies that came out this year with some of the worst marketing. And that's what's fucked up about this year's movies.
Yeah, it's adverts. It's adverts. It's trailers. It is what like the media wants to show, what they don't want to show, or you know who
Because you think
who
a
put their
Barry
finger on the
Levinson
scale.
movie.
Yeah. And it's De Niro. It's not like he's not like one of those. I mean, granted, you know, he's an older actor. Yeah, purely your dad's, whatever. But even they watch TV. I haven't seen a single commercial for this movie on any platform. Like, I didn't see a single trailer. I didn't see a single mention. I didn't even see them like interviewed in like talk shows or whatever going online, like or late night shows. Like, how did they market this film? Like, because I've never
You know,
heard of
in
it.
general, just over the past few years, I haven't really seen that many movie ads. But you know what? I've seen a ton of ads for
Mhm.
AI slop,
Yeah, I
AI
saw.
app,
Yeah.
Oh,
and it's just
no.
kind of
Yeah.
like I would like to see like. It's kind of getting a little bit frustrating because I was like, I'd love to see some new movies, but I have no idea what is floating around right now because you're not advertising it.
Exactly. The marketing for movies is terrible.
YouTube is also being very like dishonest with a lot of its ads. Like, a lot of these ads are like for like these pixel games, but they're not actually pixel games. They're just AI slop looking like pixel games.
Yeah.
And you have half baked like voice narrators. Oh, don't let these pixels fool you. It's like, bro, can I see like a real game commercial, please? For real?
Yeah, there was that one Disney film that had that all the grifters talking about for being like the biggest failed box office record of forever. It's like the one drama that was like all the Oscar bait films. Like, the only reason I heard about that film was because the narrator is Marge Simpson, and they were talking about how Marge Simpson's voice changed in this one video I was watching, and they brought up that movie's trailer because Marge Simpson's voice actress does some of the narration in the trailer, and it's like, oh, here's a taste of how her voice has shifted over the years. And if that's your biggest way online people are talking about your film, is how Marge Simpson, who's not even in the movie all that much, but as a narrator, I don't remember the name of the movie. And that's the thing. I can't even tell what the name of the movie is. It came out like, oh, Ella McKay. There we go. Sorry.
Oh, Ella McKay. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah, there
right.
we
I
go.
think that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fox and Disney. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, there's nothing
It
about
was
the
the
film.
Simpsons movie director, I think, doing it.
It is? That explains why.
No,
why-
it was him.
Albert Brooks.
Albert
Brooks.
There
Yeah.
we go. There we go.
Mhm.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the name of the movie. And it's funny, like, that's how, like, it's about like a senator or a congressman, right? Like, that's what it's about. Like, who gets, it's like a feel good movie about politics.
Yes. Yes, it is a politically it's a politically themed film. Yeah.
There you go.
You know what's weird is like before I even saw those ads, like I saw like Albert Brooks' name on it, and I thought, oh, they're gonna like have some Simpsons tie-in, and then they did.
Which is great.
Yeah, kind of crazy.
They didn't even like use that to like really push the film outside the commercials, but still. Anyway, speaking of AI slop, Noah, what's your favorite film of all time? I know you.
Oh
There you
boy.
go.
And that has never been truer than in 2025. It's the movie Tron Ares on a budget
Oh,
of $180 million, according to Variety. I don't know about the marketing, but it was everywhere.
Yes.
According to Deadline.
Well, they did.
it
I guess
probably lost
I will say they did market the hell out of
$132.7
this movie,
million.
but it didn't pay off because
Nope.
when you're marketing with Jared Leto, you're not gonna entice people to see your movie.
Yeah,
They shouldn't Jared Leto him in this script.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Holy fuck! I can't believe they. Yeah,
But
like I don't know how that guy keeps getting roles.
And he's got another. He's in He-Man now too, which is like.
Yeah, he's gonna be Skeletor, which I guess he's a villain there. Sure, he's an IRL villain. I guess that works a bit better. But like, he
Still.
was the protagonist in Tron Ares. I'm like, why the fuck would you do that? It's so stupid.
We have Nine Inch Nails. Oh, and Jared Leto. Ew.
Oh, I'm gonna skip
Chris,
it. Oh,
Chris says their Leto wasn't the lead. Unfortunately, he was. Like,
He
having
was,
seen
yeah.
the film, like
He was.
Yeah,
They
he
should
was
have
the lead.
Aries on the side of caution.
yeah, they really. I'm gonna skip ahead of Snow White and Elio for obvious reasons because I think everyone's talked to hell and back about those films. But like, here's another box office failure as well, unfortunately.
million to break even, and it made 133 million.
It's less.
They're looking for another Parasite, really. It's the same director.
Yes.
You know, class war,
Sure.
whatever.
Okay, yeah.
Mickey
I
17.
felt this one was a little more on the nose.
Yeah, because they kept...
I haven't seen it yet.
But the thing is, Parasite didn't even make that much money either.
It didn't. No, but they you know, he was
It got
successful.
awards, but it didn't get money.
No, exactly. But then they give a massive budget to a film because they think, oh, if you won an Academy Award, your next film's going to make even more money. But like, that's not really how it works. You know,
it doesn't.
Well, the thing is about Bong Joon-ho as a director. in
At
general
Armanita
is he's
Rules
very-
super chatted $1.99.
Yeah.
Tron Ares was my least favorite of the year.
I don't think it's my least favorite because I haven't seen it yet. But
You got off lucky.
You got off lucky. There's been some bad movies that come out this year.
Honestly, yeah, like as a film, I wouldn't like. I was definitely disappointed in Tron Ares for some reasons, but they're like, I can say if you turn off your brain and ignore the fact that Jared Leto is in it, which unfortunately is very hard to do because he's all over it.
Mm-hmm.
It can be kind of fun sometimes. Like there are some fun elements to it. Like
Yeah.
the Nine Inch Nails score is definitely the highlight. I think it's better than the Daft Punk score for Tron Legacy. I think they really outdid themselves. Like there are some good elements, but it just doesn't come together because Jared Leto. It's also working off of like a zombied script because initially it was going to be called Tron Ascension, and they like kind of Frankenstein that script together with Jared Leto to make something completely different.
Yeah.
And also it doesn't like follow up on the character stories from Tron Legacy, Sam Flynn and Quora.
True. All right, so Martha, I'm sorry we cut you off there about for a second there. What were you gonna say?
Oh my God, what was I talking about? Hold
Bong
on.
Joon-ho.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Bong Joon-ho,
That was
thank
my
you,
bad.
thank you.
It's all
The
good.
thing about Bong Joon-ho is he's a very experimental director, and I think he makes really, really good films because of that. But I think because he is so experimental, people don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, like
No, I think that's true,
and it
because-
puts people off. Because I really like his films, but I think that because some of the films that he's made are so odd that people are just kind of like, this is weird and I don't like it.
Well, I kept getting offered Snowpiercer on the different streaming networks, and it took me a while to sit down and actually watch it because I thought it was going to be a terrible, cheap action film, and I was so surprised just in the first 5 minutes.
Well, the
how
thing
good
also,
it was.
I knew Snowpiercer was going to be great going into it because I heard really good things about it. But for me, the film like that, because I had a similar experience with the Bong Joon-ho film, and it was not Snowpiercer, it was The Host. When I saw The Host, I'm thinking, oh, it's going to be a kaiju film. It's going to be like a Godzilla, a Cloverfield-esque movie. When you watch it, it's actually a really incredible film about like how we're destroying the environment, the effects of disaster on families and the very poor of us. You know, there's so many elements at play in that film, and it's so incredible. But when you go into it, you think, oh, it's going to be a monster film. And everyone's talking about, oh, you see the monster in the first 5 minutes of the film. The monster shows up, and it's like, oh, the monster's the key appeal. But like, no, it really isn't. And his films are also deeply depressing movies, too. Like, typically, there's a lot of sadness.
They don't really...
Like Murder of a Mystery.
They have satisfying endings, but they don't have... I would not describe any of the endings of Bong Joon-ho films as happy endings. They are the endings that the story needs, but they are not endings that you're going to have a warm, fuzzy feeling when you walk away.
No.
Like, oh my God, how can you walk away from Oakjaw and not feel a little gross, you know?
Yeah. Like, I wouldn't say any of them are, like, bleak, because I've seen some Korean films with, like, bleak freaking endings, but, like, they're not up there.
Yeah.
Like, what was the one?
And I felt like with the ending of The Host, it was just kind of like, you know, like, and by the way, that actor that played like the dad, like he keeps putting that actor in. He's basically that like man's like Johnny Depp
I'm
the director.
mistaken. Is that same actor also in Parasite? From the Host?
Yes, he's in Parasite.
He's the dad. He's the dad, right?
He's also in Snowpiercer. He puts him in literally every single film that he
I
makes.
kind of love that. I kind of love that though.
And it's really funny, but like, and sometimes he has more important roles than others because like he's in Snowpiercer, but he's not the protagonist of Snowpiercer.
No,
but
Chris Evans, basically.
but that guy, he's like in literally all of them, and he's a really good actor, and I've seen him in movies that aren't Bong Joon-ho films as well. But it's what was it? Hold on, let me get my train of thought back.
No, go for it. While you
I got it. The dad like loses something, but he also gains a purpose, kind of like purpose, and that's kind of like the trade-off. Sadly, it's just kind of like, oh, sometimes you lose things, but you have to keep going in life, and that's just how life is.
Exactly. Oh, hey, how's it going? Hi CHD. How's it going? I saw you in chat there, and Dan as well. I see you in chat as well. Sorry, I'm keeping an eye on chat. I haven't been able to say too much about chat, but I do agree with you on that one.
Also, for the sake of box office, Mickey 17 was long delayed and was just like kind of like dumped in March.
Yeah, with minimal marketing for the public. I mean, film buffs knew about it, but like film buffs don't make movies make money. You know what I mean? Like
unfortunately, we don't.
No, we'd have no say. But I do want to cut ahead for something. Oh, Caught Stealing was another box office dud. Unfortunately, I thought that was really good, but
I forgot that even came out this year, actually.
I thought it was really good, but also I think the marketing screwed that one up because they made it look like a fun, like, action film, but like it's if you look at who directed it, you're like,
it is surprisingly low key. Yeah,
very, but he's a bleak director. Like his last movie was The fucking Whale, so like.
I will say it's a film where a lot of people get brutalized, but there's a cat in the movie. The cat gets off scot-free from like a car crash compared to everyone else.
Well, everyone else dies in car crashes. Like, come on, like almost
pretty much everyone dies in that car crash except the cat.
Well, yeah, cats have 9 lives, obviously. Gosh.
But considering
there's a scene where like there's some mobsters and they like rough up a guy and his cat. The cat gets like kind of like maybe a mildly broken arm. The dude loses an entire organ compared to the cat.
I mean, granted, it's not as bleak as friggin' Requiem for a Dream. Like that
is the bottom of like the ocean.
But it's the same guy.
It's
the
light
same guy.
Aronofsky.
It's the same guy. So it's like
it's Aronofsky going light on you.
Which is even light Aronofsky is too much for most people, I think. Like hell, you want?
I mean, it's still brutal and sexy, but not as much as it usually does.
No, well, I mean, let's be fair. Not every Aronofsky film is brutal and sexy. Keep in mind his last film was The Whale, so
that's true.
Which is that is a bleak. I mean, I don't like The Whale. I think it's probably Aronofsky's worst film. The Whale.
I think that's why I was kind of dismayed by Caught Stealing. Is like I thought I was gonna like make up for The Whale. It's just kind of like, this is okay, but it's not
fine. Like. And people like again, Brendan Fraser in The Whale, fantastic. The number of people though, and there's one critic who I've talked to a few times who I really like, BJ Colangelo. I think it's how you pronounce her last name. Had a really good analysis of The Whale back when I think it came out, talking about like how like the levels of fat phobia in that film and the choices made that don't work at all.
It's a problem.
But like the Academy loved it. They love that movie.
I think they loved it because it was an actor's film. You know, it's one of those films you nominate just for the actor more than anyone else.
Just for Brendan Fraser, basically. And again, Brendan Fraser deserves his flowers, no matter what it is. But like, still, it's like that movie has problems.
Yeah, he joins Leonardo DiCaprio in the role of like, really, you won for that type of role.
Yeah, but I mean, he does great in that movie. But like, it's and Sadie Sink also, I've seen in chat mentioned Sadie Sink's probably the best actor from Stranger Things to come out of that show, by a mile. But still, I do want to cut ahead to what they believe to be the biggest flop of the year, because I think this is actually the one I'm most upset to see. And no,
it's still in cinemas. A
No,
miracle of miracles.
I didn't think that would happen.
It's also short.
But that didn't make a lot of money either, which is considering how much it's beloved by film critics and like
Probably
film
the
fans.
highest grossing Paul W.S. Anderson movie of all time.
I think
But it is the highest grossing Paul Thomas Anderson film to come out.
It is.
IMAX,
It is.
no less.
Oh yeah. I mean, granted, like what other Paul Thomas Anderson film is going to be the highest budget one? Like, it's the action film, obviously, that's going to make the most money. It's not going to be freaking The Master. You kidding? Although I do love The Master. I do love that movie.
I will say I'm very impressed with how many like films get into IMAX now. Like, because like Eddington was in IMAX.
I don't know if Eddington should
right.
have been in IMAX though. That's the thing. I don't know if it needed to be. That movie is good.
No.
but, like,
It didn't need to be, but it did.
It did. That's fair. That's fair. But I'm thinking like how much that brought the budget up to like, and again, did it make money? Like that's the trick. A lot of these indie films are so expensive now.
It didn't, but neither did Beau's Afraid. That still got an IMAX.
That's
and I still had a
true.
great time with watching that.
But Beau's
You know what?
Afraid
Actually,
is
now
like
that y'all
a
are here,
trip.
now that I'm here with y'all,
Uh-huh.
what makes IMAX films so much fancier than non-IMAX films?
The scale of the projector and the way the sound is
bigger.
like organized.
Oh,
Is it
okay.
scale and frame rate? Not frame rate. Frame size. Frame
size is a big thing.
Aspect
Bigger
ratio.
aspect
There we go.
ratio.
Aspect ratio. Yeah, there we go.
Color depth is another thing. There's elements to the way it's shot, to the way it projects on the screen. Because whenever you make a film, you have to like compromise an element of quality when you present it to someone. Like you have to compress, you have to, crop. IMAX is like the most maximized way you can film it, show a film, essentially.
Christopher
I
Nolan
see.
loves IMAX. He like tries to film it whenever he can.
But you have to film it with a special camera to pick up on all the colors, the aspect ratio, all that. So it's complicated. But that's the easiest way to explain it. There's other minutia that I'm like not equipped to tell you. But like that's the easy way of phrasing it, as far as I know. But there's someone.
I mean, even like Demon Slayer came out in IMAX cinemas this year, which was pretty wild to see as well.
That's impressive. I feel that's really cool. But again, like I'm sure like a film like a person who studies cameras could give you a better explanation than I could. But that's the gist of it. But like
thank you.
But
Because
someone,
I've
else can tell you more
never really like. Because like you see ads and they're like now in IMAX, but then you're just like, okay, but what is IMAX?
Also, the
They never
sound
tell
is
you.
more intense too.
The opening
tell
scene
you
of The
in
Dark
that.
Knight, that's all IMAX.
Yeah.
All of that. The opening scene of Dark Knight. That's all you need to know about.
Yeah. That scene that was shot for IMAX. Like with that. Anyway, let's talk about the biggest bomb of the year, shall we?
Was
Paul W.S. Anderson, James.
yes.
He made the Monster Hunter movies. He
He
made
did.
all the Resident Evil movies.
I
I thought it was a bold choice not including his wife Mila Jovovich in it.
Yeah.
But and instead used
That's a cute
Leonardo
film.
DiCaprio.
Yeah.
But here we are.
Here we are. Yeah, I think, that's going to take on a life unto itself over the
yeah,
years as
second.
well, as these movies often do anyway, even though they all bomb. But at number one, of course, we've got The Running Man.
Was it really?
Or it could be Mission Impossible. I don't know.
Okay, right.
So apparently it needed 275 million to break even. It made about 61. I don't know, man. I liked it.
Yeah, it's pretty.
This is the biggest bomb of the year.
I kind of figured. I figured this is what they were
Man,
leading to.
it
because
must
I remember
have
seeing
been
the
a
numbers
short
for
run,
this.
eh?
It was very short.
Yeah.
It was.
Is this
Only-
like
I think it was
a
only in
remake?
theaters for like a month.
Yeah, if that. It's already on streaming. Like it was on streaming like I think like a couple weeks after it came out. This like and it's a shame because like I do really like Edgar Wright's films. I think his movies are fantastic. But I also think he's kind of fallen off a little bit since like Scott
Yeah, I
Pilgrim.
actually did not like this movie very much. I do kind of want to talk about it at some point in a video I'm working on. I already have it all scripted. I just need to edit it about like why Hollywood and also America, just American politics, keep drawing from the 1980s. Because I think this film actually really kind of is evident of that, right?
Yeah.
They're drawing everything from the 80s. Even something like The Running Man, which wasn't a big hit when it first came out, that has like a 80s revival now. It's crazy.
And I'll say this too: The Running Man. This movie is closer to the original book by Stephen King.
It definitely is.
Much closer.
But I think
Though it does
honestly,
remove
I think
the
it's
9/11
less
element of it.
striking to me.
It does.
Like even the original film with Arnold, like it's wacky and not very good, but it kind of stands out because of that.
Well, it's also
And this one I don't think stands out at all.
I think the problem also is it's too polished for its own good. Like that original Running Man movie is cheap looking. Like it looks cheap. It looks
I think
like shot on video, kind of cheap at times.
The other problem too is that like it's closer to the book, but it gets up to that ending And Edgar Wright gets to a point where he's like, no, that's not good enough. We got to do something more here. And he actually kind of gives like a bit of a catharsis to the end of it, which is really controversial. It worked for me, but I can understand why it didn't work for other people.
Yeah,
the things I think the other things I picked up on, if you watch the original now, a lot of that has happened. So we're in a stage where a film from 40 years ago accurately predicts our current sort of the state of media today, with the sort of falsifying what he says and re-editing it in such a way to make him look villainous, and that plays into the AI thing, and then the way game shows are getting more and more extreme in that sort of nature. So I think it actually works as a satire far better. And I don't think Edgar Wright is naturally a particularly good satirist.
He's a great comedian, but he's not. I do agree with you there. He's stronger when he deals with comedy, but satire is a little tricky. But the other factor is this that we're not mentioning. The Running Man has already been remade. It's called The Hunger Games. Like they've done the concept recently in memory really well. So how do you like adapt that when the idea in pop culture, and again, it's the same reason why you can't remake Battle Royale. The concept, it's not that obviously Hunger Games, Running Man, and Battle Royale, they're all separate films and stories, and they're not ripoffs of each other, but like they're all so similar, in terms of concept.
I think deaf game shows and movies are very tricky to get down because of like two factors, and as the fact that it's not like contrived, but it's like everything has to kind of be laid out in a specific way, and there's only a few scenarios in real life for which such a series of events could even happen. And number two, much more importantly, the only way to make a good death game is to find a candidate who would likely win and kill them off as early as possible to make you then quadruple guess beyond that point, or else it's not interesting, right? Like, did any of you believe that Katniss Everdeen was going to die in like the first 10 seconds once the game started? Exactly. You see, it defeats the point.
Or it's
do also funny because
Hakusho and have a dark tournament where they all fight each other in a slanted tournament. They still win. I'm sorry. I've been watching Yu Hakusho again, so I'm just it's on my mind right now. Sorry. As you were. Sorry.
I also
no, you're all good.
I would like to talk about kind of like the quality of like adaptations of like various different things, because like right now I'm currently rewatching with Krim for a project that we're working on. We finished watching American Horror Story Murder House, the first season. We're watching The Haunting of Hill House right now, and eventually we're also going to read / I have dyslexia, so I'll be listening to the audiobook of the original Haunting of Hill House, because those two shows are adaptations of The Haunting of Hill House, and one is definitely better than the other.
Yeah, not to mention the fact, if you ever read the original if you watch the original The Haunting, from the 60s, that's another good adaptation of Haunting of Hill House. I think the way we've adapted stories, and I think like American Horror Stories, that's a very loose adaptation of Haunting of Hill House, like very loose.
Yes.
And so actually is the 90s Haunting movie as well, which is pretty bad. I would argue the 90s. If you've seen the 90s Haunting, that one with is not good. But it's interesting how we adapt that story and how each adaptation changes a lot. Even as much as I love the Haunting of Hill House series that was done on Netflix, I would still argue that is a very loose adaptation of the original novel. Very loose. But it does so in a very interesting way.
But also in comparing them in the quality of writing and enjoyability, I feel like in this case, this is one of these ones where it's like, okay, the adaptation wasn't as good as it could have been. Let's try again. And sometimes I feel like when there's a new adaptation, if the previous one wasn't really that good, it's fine to try again. But if there's an adaptation that you make and it's pretty good, there's nothing necessarily wrong with it. When you do it again and it comes out worse than the first one, it just feels like, why did you waste your time?
I always say they should remake films that weren't good the first time, or like weren't great the first time. And the one I always think of, it's not a bad film, the original. In fact, it's quite beloved. It's a cult film from the 50s called The Blob. The Blob is one of the first Stephen McQueen movies. It's a good movie. I like the original Blob. But the remake amps it up to 11. Like, it takes that concept, gives it a Frank Darabont script, back before he did the Shawshank Redemption, and it makes it absolutely fantastic. The remake of The Blob is great because they take a concept that's a special effects film from the 50s and gives it 80s special effects. And the level of gore in that film is so intense and so brutal that it becomes a star of the film almost. Like, Jesus.
It's also funny.
The first 25 minutes of that film is the sort of the first sort of real shock you get, and I don't want to spoil anything for anybody who hasn't seen it. But
yeah, no, I'm not gonna say what it is, but Jesus, that it's stunning. You don't expect it. It feels like a Psycho almost, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, it puts you.
And
into
also,
a
it's funny
false
because
frequency,
this.
Sorry.
Oh, you're all good. This year we've had 2 different Stephen King death game adaptations that is realized: The Running Man and also The Long Walk. Which
The Long Walk's
The Long Walk
fantastic.
is a better movie.
Long Walk's a much better movie. And again, a cheaper movie too. Like, it's not nearly as expensive as.
No. I think
not
Life
even
of
the
Chuck
only
was a better
Stephen King
movie for this
adaptation.
year.
Amanita Rules super chatted
Yeah, Life of Chuck was good. That was a cheaper movie
$1.99.
too.
I'm
Yeah,
very excited for the
fantastic.
Highlander remake.
I want to see the Highlander remake, but I'm scared because there should have only been one.
The problem I've got with the Highlander remake is that the original film, and I love the original film, but the original film is also not very good.
Yeah,
Do
that's
you know what I
fair
mean?
to say. I love the original film, but it is very... okay, so has everyone here seen Highlander? In chat?
Yeah.
No.
I know how it goes. It's fine.
Okay. So imagine a tournament arc movie at the end of the tournament arc. Imagine like there's a centuries spanning tournament arc, and the whole movie is the end of that arc. Like, imagine if you're at the World Martial Arts Tournament at Dragon Ball Z, but it's just the fight with Piccolo. That's
so funny that you mentioned that.
No,
because if you look at Highlander 2 The
really wanna
Quickening, it starts like Dragon Ball Z.
It does.
If you want
It does start like
really
Dragon Ball
want
Z.
to go to the very end of a tournament arc, it's just the fight with Chi-Chi.
Yeah, oh God, it's this fight with Chi-Chi. I would say this one's a little more extreme. Also, the bad guy's Mr. Krabs.
Oh,
Yeah, no, it's Mr. Krabs. It's
like played by Mr. Krabs.
Good
Yeah,
old
yeah.
Clancy Brown.
Clancy Brown is one of his
Oh, yeah.
earliest
That's kinda
roles. And also, Sean Connery is in the film. Let me get this right. So he's the mentor character. He plays an Egyptian who is who's pretending to be a Spaniard, but he has his Scottish accent. So he's a Scotsman playing an Egyptian, playing a Spaniard.
Meanwhile, don't forget the star of the film is a French actor pretending to be Scottish.
Exactly, which is great.
It seems like this would make some very interesting accents to listen to.
Oh, it is.
So they're all aliens in the sequel.
They're all aliens, it turns out. So it doesn't even matter. They're all aliens.
Oh, great.
Oh, great.
In a sci-fi future film.
Yeah.
No, that's the thing. It's like Quickening is really like, oh yeah, they're all aliens. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, they're all aliens, and then we're gonna forget that next film, where it turns out there's a guy who just never woke up for the tournament, and he's been around the whole time. Again, there should have only been one. Really, that should have ended there. Oh, and the entire soundtrack is Queen.
Brilliant.
The entire soundtrack is Queen. So it's like, I can't say it's a good movie, but it's one of my favorite, like, cheesy 80s fantasy action films, because it's just so freaking stupid.
Like Flash Gordon.
It's like Flash Gordon, exactly.
I watched
Very much like Flash
Which also
Gordon.
has Queen.
a film
Exactly.
that I think it was from the 80s that has now a special place in my heart, as it was one of the funniest movies I've ever seen in my life. The Toxic Avenger.
I
is very
love Toxic
funny.
Avenger.
Oh yeah,
I love that film.
I had to watch it for a commission that I did.
Okay, so
The movie never goes in a direction that I was not expecting anything.
Okay, so this is a true story. I met the director of the Toxic Avenger, Lloyd Kaufman, who is such a cool person to talk to for even 5 seconds. I bumped into him at New York Comic Con at like the Trauma booth. And by the way, Trauma's interesting because Trauma is actually a lot of people you wouldn't expect got their start with Trauma. Like Marissa Tomei's debut film, I think, is Toxic Avenger. Samuel L. Jackson got his start with Trauma. Of course, James Gunn got his start with Trauma because Lloyd Kaufman's appeared in every film James Gunn's made sense. And it's like, the guy is such like a character. I like Lloyd Kaufman a lot. He just seems like a cool guy. He seems like a complete nut, but he's cool.
He's the last of the carnival barkers.
Yeah, that's the best way of putting it. He does feel like he's running a carnival, but the carnival is like the insane productions of horror and dread and comedy that he just adores. And they're all so cheesy. I love Trauma. Trauma's so charming.
He's got that B-movie bravado, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Like he feels like a less sleazy Roger Corman. He's the best, despite his films being more sleazy, which is kind of great.
And I think the South Park guys kind of got their start with Trauma as well, because I think
didn't Cannibal the Musical, wasn't that Trauma distributed?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Matt and Trey started with that. Yeah, that's true.
I think it was like a student film originally. I think Trauma helped.
Yeah, Cannibal the Musical was like their first like project, and it was a student film. And later they made The Meaning of Christmas or whatever, which was like that cut out short film that was like technically the first South Park episode.
I love that.
Did you know that some video game companies would take snippets of that particular like South Park pilot and they would like shove it into their PS2 game because like the rules for the PS2 is that they have to fill a certain size, so they just slap it in somewhere to stuff it?
I did know that. Yeah,
I love that. Okay, let's move on to what the people on the thumbnail want to see.
Oh no!
One quick thing about Running Man, though.
Go for
it came out mid-November, right before Wicked 2, and week and a half before Zootopia 2.
And
so,
around the time
box
Predator
office
Badlands was coming
suicide.
out. And Predator Badlands came out, so it
Exactly.
was another action film that same weekend. It's like, and honestly, would you rather want to watch Predator Badlands or Running Man? I'm going to go with Predator Badlands. That's what I ended up seeing. So.
Yeah, it's the worst time to release a film like that.
No, it really is. There were so many other times they could have done this, and they just chose not to. Also, I got to say right now, I'm trying to find the video from Jester Bell. Oh, here it is, right here. All of her thumbnails look exactly the same. Like, none of these are distinct.
Since that one?
This came out a month ago, and mind you, let me pick up my channel as a comparison. Not like my channel is great, but like, let me just use this as a comparison because I can easily reference it. So right here we have, we're on stream right now. Here's my channel, right? My channel, you can very clearly see each of these films, each of these videos. So within a month we have, okay, so really the 1 month, I have, what do you call it? 9 videos within the last 2 month ratio, right? For her, same period of time. Here's the beginning. So we have 4, 8, 12, 16, 22, 26, 30, 34 videos in the same time I put out 9. Not counting streams.
And she released this at
bank.
the beginning of November, right?
Yeah, this is the beginning of November because I think Badlands hadn't come out yet at this time.
Oh my god.
It's too much.
It's too much. And also, God, why? How many Harley Quinn videos is she going to put out? Like
you really can't let that go. Holy shit. I didn't realize she was doing more of those.
Yeah, because I responded to her one Harley Quinn video back in like, I don't know, May? Freaking around that time?
Yeah.
Because that was like, I remember that being like a really bad video because she didn't do a lot of research. She was just talking out of her butt. And I was like, oh, here's 5 seconds of research. I found that you're wrong. Like, this is like Harley Quinn. She's got to get over Harley Quinn. Like, she's made more Harley Quinn videos in the last year than I've made Lily Orchard videos ever. And she was making like actual threats against my channel. So it's like, and people told me I made too many Lily Orchard videos, which I don't even disagree with you on. But it's like, this is Harley Quinn in 1 year. Come on. What did Harley Quinn do?
It's too much.
Wait, so does she really, really like Harley Quinn, or does she
No.
hate Harley Quinn?
I put out a video a while back about her Harley Quinn video. This is back in, how long ago was this? Because she had already made a bunch then. Oh yeah, it was right here. So that's 7 months ago. I put out the Harley Quinn video with her, and it was like one of her videos about it, and that's like old. Also, her thumbnails have gotten worse since that initial Harley Quinn video because these are actually worse thumbnails.
Honestly, I agree. Like they look worse now, which is kind of insane.
It really is. They've gotten too formulaic. They're doing too much of they're too busy. Like, granted, her old thumbnails weren't exactly great, but there was less going on in them. I think it's because like people actually click on it. Also, she doesn't understand why Sydney Sweeney's disliked, which, I mean, listen, even in our discussion, we still figured out why Sydney Sweeney was disliked. But, okay, let's just jump right into this one. Mm-hmm. I feel like I'll play it at 0.5 speed. By the way, Martha, have you ever seen any of Jester Bell's videos before?
No.
Okay, so this is going...
Count yourself very, very lucky.
Okay, I'm going to play this beginning...
Impression, I guess.
What's up?
My first impression. This will be my first impressions.
Okay.
Yay, psychic damage.
I'm gonna play this at normal speed
I haven't
first.
watched enough of her to like know her like full like deal per se. So this is gonna be a first sort of.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
At MR Solar Sun 7174 super chatted $5. Noah, what are your thoughts on Anthony's claim that family films are dead?
What do you think of that one, Noah?
Okay. That's interesting because to a degree, I actually do agree with Anthony. Mostly because of like you're talking about before with like the live action remakes, you know, like those 100% go against oftentimes the original like mantra of the film. I think the two worst ones for like if we're talking Disney live action remakes are Lilo and Stitch and Mulan because those very intentionally go against what the original film set up, in my opinion. But
yeah,
I would in some ways, I would kind of argue, like there's very few films that feel like general family films that come out now.
Yeah,
like I think the only one I can think of from this year is probably Zootopia 2.
I'm gonna bring up a quick chart right here. I'm gonna go on Wikipedia and do this. So I'm gonna cheat with this one. So let me just go. I'm gonna bring up on Wikipedia. This is the article for family films per year, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is Wikipedia. Oh, another super chat coming in.
At Racerk45 super chatted $5. I think people should check out Jester Bell's response video on her haters and how she tries to claim she is not a grifter.
I'll take a look at that next then. That sounds fun. So right here we have...
I have seen that one. That one's something for sure.
Oh, Jesus. I'll take a look at that later then. So right here we have 2001. So 1, 2, 3. So in 2001 we have Atlantis: The Lost Empire, Back to Secret Garden, Barbie and the Nutcracker, Beethoven's Fourth, Book of Pooh, Stories from the Heart, Cats and Dogs, Dr. Dolittle 2, Flintstones on the Rocks. Wouldn't count that as a kids movie as PG-13, but what are you going to do? Franklin's Magic Christmas, Halloween Town 2, Calabar's Revenge, The Happy Cricket, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, Holiday in the Sun, Hounded, The Jar, The Jenny Project, Jimmy Neutron, Boy Genius, Jumping Ship, Kingdom Come, Lady and the Tramp 2, Land Before Time 8, A Little Bit of the Movie, Luck of the Irish, Marco Polo, Return to Xanadu, Max Keeble's Big Move, Monsters Inc., Motocross, MVP Most Vertical Primate, My Life as McDull, Osmosis Jones, Pokemon Forever, The Pool Point, Reese's, School's Out, Rugrats, All Grown Up, Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase, Sea Spot Run, Shrek, Spirited Away, Spy Kids, The Trumpet and the Swan, 'Twas the Night, Voyage of the Unicorn, Winning London. That's 1 year of kids movies, 2001.
It's also crazy because with the exception of a few of those, most of those were theatrical releases.
Exactly.
wild when you look at now. Yeah.
This is 2025. Alexander the Table, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad, Road Trip, The Bad Guys 2, Dogman, Doraemon, Dora in the Search for Soul Dorado, Freakier Friday, Elio, Gabby's Dollhouse, In Your Dreams, Kangaroo, K-Pop Demon Hunters, Legend of Ochi, Lilo and Stitch, The Lost Tiger, Loud House Christmas Movie, The Minecraft Movie, Prevost, Smurfs, Sneaks, Snow White, The SpongeBob Movie, The Twits, Wicked for Good? I would not count that as a kid's movie. And Zootopia 2.
It's also interesting because for me, there's a difference between a kid's movie and a family movie.
Yeah.
This is just me though,
I
because
agree.
I would not. Yeah, like I actually wouldn't consider. I saw Dogman in theaters, and it was actually very cute, but I wouldn't consider that a family movie.
Yeah,
because it very clearly is like just specifically going towards the younger demographic, because those are probably the kids reading those books, which is totally fine.
Yeah,
I would consider like
smaller films that get in for like. Well, I was saying that there's also like a lot of smaller kids films that try to compete in this market and never get up there. Like, I don't think you mentioned Stitch Head up there, and like Stitch Head played in October.
Yeah, I mean, there's Stitch. That's true. Well, I'm thinking like also like Freakier Friday. I would never consider to be a children's movie.
Yeah,
like,
same.
Yeah,
yeah. I don't think that's at all a children's movie. Family, sure. And we said this before. K-pop Demon Hunters. That feels more tweens and up, not really like the 7 to 12-year-old demographic I'm thinking of with this. So,
I think part of the reason there's like kind of like this death of the family movie and death of like the kids movie is there's also the death of the adult films. Not adult films, sorry, not wording it like that.
Well, those died out too, honestly.
I agree with you.
They're trying to. Again, it comes down to they do not have a target audience, and when you try to appeal to everyone, you're appealing to no one.
Exactly. And it's very disappointed. And also, I'll say this. I think like they've considered like the big 4 quadrants films to be the primary focus. And there's very few animated films here. Like really very few.
Yeah.
And most of these were not successful films. I think K-pop Demon Hunters was very successful. But so when in time, Lilo and Stitch came out, it had no competition. And a lot of these films were not... Oh, sorry.
I think K-pop Demon Hunters was so successful because they were targeting a specific audience of people who like K-pop and who like K-dramas, and I think that has like that Venn diagram is basically a circle, and it was playing into a lot of like tropes and things like that, which is why like when people who don't really consume either of those media like were consuming it and they either got incredibly incorrect reads on it or just didn't like it. It was just kind of like, yeah, but it's not for you, and that's okay.
That's fine.
It's also funny because I think K-pop, like the Smurfs movie from this year, which is awful by the way, but it's funny because I always saw people compare K-pop Demon Hunters to Elio, but I think actually a more apt comparison would be the Smurfs movie with the kind of demographic they were trying to go for, because they were going for that like
at Austin
Gen Z, Gen Alpha kind of range.
Super chatted $5. Why not consider 1915 the worst year for movies, with The Birth of a Nation being screened at the White House and all the fallout from that?
That's what I suggested it being. I suggested the year The Birth of a Nation coming out was the worst year.
Absolutely. But yeah, like I was saying, I think honestly, Smurfs was like, because they had Rihanna there, someone that like Gen Z especially grew up with and would be nostalgic for, and they were very clearly actually trying to go for a similar demographic as K-pop Demon Hunters, but it just didn't work because it felt very unnatural.
Yeah.
Well, you know what really didn't work for that film? It's like the Smurfs movie. Okay, they go to the real world. They go to Paris.
Yep.
So why is the bookending music Indian music?
Yeah,
and also we've already seen this before. They've gone to the real world before.
That was the last 15 Smurfs movies, basically.
But the movie begins and ends with Indian music.
It's such a bizarre, insane. Hell, you have to get to the theater to get to that point, though. That's the problem. You have to get to the movie to see that part. And also, let me be honest, kids aren't watching the Smurfs. All right, controversial take.
Yeah, okay, because
kids don't care about the Smurfs.
Because now that I'm an adult, I now know why Gargamel wanted to eat them. because I want to eat them.
Yeah,
Because I want them to not exist. I hate them. I do not like the Smurfs.
No
They
one
are
likes the
annoying,
Smurfs.
and I want to eat them.
I don't know anyone who liked. Even when I was a kid, the
They
Smurfs
taste
were
like
like
berries.
old-fashioned. Like even when I was a kid, the Smurfs were like outdated. Like they were dated when I was a kid. Like ugh.
Right?
Anyway.
No, like let him eat them. I would be happy if like a movie ended with him just eating them.
That'd be great.
There's a
I'd love
robot
that.
chicken skit. There's a robot chicken skit with that where like he just puts them into a blender and he eats them and he's kind of disappointed because they don't taste very good. But like if
I saw one where it was like a parody of Avatar, but he was a Smurf, so it was like him. It was like him being the Smurfatar basically, and going amongst them to try to infiltrate them. It was pretty funny.
I love it.
No, that is so funny.
All right, so let's just dive right in. Also, they're mentioning the Noah's Ark incident from the 1910s as an example of a bad year for cinema. Yeah, that would be a bad year for cinema, considering how many people died in that movie. Making it, I should say, from the drowning incident. The silent Noah's Ark, not the Russell Crowe one. For those who are confused. One of the worst disasters in film history. Why do they have to have waivers now and protections for extras? So here's your first impression of Jester Bell. Let me know what you think of her. Charming person.
Oh God.
The camera is at an angle. Hello, everyone. Jester Bell, a.k.a. Female Frodo Baggins, here. Since we've just had Halloween and now that we're coming into the fourth quarter, the biggest time of the year for movies, and going into a 2026 that is going to be quite different, I thought it would be a good time
She
to
just
just
straight up
express
sounds
what
miserable from the get-go even.
Yeah, she sounds like she's in pain. So what do you guys think of her? Those who've never experienced, this is your first Jester Bell experience. What do you think?
I think. Oh, could I go first or?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Okay, so first of all, I get the vibe that this is like a 9 to 5 for her, quite clearly. I think there's a possibility. I mean, I could be wrong. Mm-hmm. She might be reading a script like on her desk and her eyes are like gravitating downwards. Maybe not. Maybe it might be an attitude thing. The whole depressed attitude thing, I can't tell if she's like that 24/7 or if this is more of like her projecting her pain towards the subject matter she's about to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's as far as I got so far.
So you think she's reading a script is what you're saying?
I mean, if you look at her eyes, you know it's always pointing downwards.
That's true. I'll tell you this right now. I think if she actually wrote scripts, her content would improve dramatically. I don't think she has.
This is where I disagree.
I don't think she has.
She does write
She looks
scripts.
like she
does?
doesn't want to be here.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Why is her writing so bad then if she writes scripts?
She definitely
Yeah, because
writes...
that's the part I couldn't figure out. Like, is she actually writing scripts then?
Because she sounds like
If you
she's
watch-
rambling. Every
I'm not an expert,
I
but
would say that,
I've seen...
but yeah, she repeats herself in this.
I've seen about half a dozen of her. I've seen about half a dozen of her videos now, and there are key points where she glances down and she's clearly reading off a script. But I think it's probably notes,
Oh, that makes
and
more
she's
sense.
Maybe
reeling the
that.
rest of it.
Maybe notes. That's the only. Even then, her notes are really bad. But like, that's
Yeah.
the only thing I can think of. Yeah, because
Yeah.
she's incoherent half the time. All right, so Martha, what do you think of Jester Bell so far?
She doesn't. I feel like she doesn't want to be here. Like I feel like I feel like I am in a meeting with like a counselor that's exasperated with me because I decided to ask for help. Like that's the vibe that I'm getting off. Also, her username sounds like a ship name for like a pairing, like in some TV show.
You can see that. What if I told you her sister worked for Ben Shapiro?
I wouldn't.
The eyebrow theory is holding true. Look at her eyebrows and look at Ben's eyebrows.
Oh my God! When at a different time, probably I'll share this in the server. But I need to tell you guys about Republican makeup because it's.
Oh God, I'll be down. I'll be down. Send me everything
Yes,
about
please.
that. I got to hear this gossip. But yeah, no, her older sister is the social media manager for Ben Shapiro at the Daily Wire.
Yeah, those eyebrows. Because like the fact that you said that about the eyebrows, I was like, nope, that adds up.
Yep. All
Yeah,
comes
That's
together.
timer words per minute.
God, yeah. So let's. I'm gonna place it at normal speed so you can experience the full pain that we all feel watching here. Let's
I've
go.
been feeling this year reviewing
Actually, no,
movies.
I'm lying. I can't do that. I can't do it to us.
2025
Thank
is
goodness.
the worst year
Sped up a
for
little
movies and movie watching that I have ever experienced in my life.
Tighten up! What? There's still some negative space back there! We both know it! I'm trying to close the gap!
Perhaps I've been a bit confusing, but I have no need for your advice. In fact, I find it quite amusing, telling me to play nice.
I feel like one of those is much less worse than the other two.
Now, when I was really little, my
It's
my
also
parents
funny
didn't
when you
take us to-
compare the clip she played and how they're talking. It's so much faster than how she's talking.
Right?
I think the singing might be like a little bit cringe, maybe.
It's very the music. I don't think that song is good at all. It is
No.
up there with.
Oh, thank goodness I'm not alone. I was like, I
Gal
had to be
Gadot-
careful.
No, the movie is bad.
Yeah,
period,
no,
I would say.
Snow White's not good.
Oh, is that who that was? I was like, oh my god, her face looks so familiar, but I can't.
Yeah,
place
it's
You have to
Gal
look a
Gadot.
little bit, but you can see it.
Yeah, no, I will say this: the Snow White movie was pretty terrible. It was not good. Gal Gadot is shouldn't ever sing ever.
An actress. She is an actress, if you can call her that.
I'm not sure if this is better
By
or worse
profession,
than
anyway.
Nile. I'm not sure if this is better or worse than her Nile line though. Like the whole
yeah.
from
I think that's
Death on
still the
Nile.
worst.
That is pretty bad. Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah.
terrible. Yeah. Also, I find it funny how like you have Captain America 4 and it's just like a guy. It's just the Falcon cheering, and that's like not comparable to the other two shots before that. Like, come on. By comparison. Oh, here we go. Another super chat.
At Racerk45 super chatted $5. Jester Bell and other anti-woke creators don't know fun or entertainment even if it slapped them in the face.
Yeah, I mean, she liked F1, though she likes to ignore
Frankenstein.
it.
You know,
Frankenstein,
she
which I still have
know.
to see. But here's excellent.
Yeah, that's the one thing to keep in mind. Keep in mind like how she does not mention F1 or Frankenstein in this video.
Yeah. Or any film. She does mention a couple films that I'm still staggered that like she admitted that she didn't want to watch in theaters for arbitrary reasons, but we'll get to that in a second. Now that
She like dismisses horror too. Jesus.
completely.
At Bernard
Some of the best horror-
_CK super chatted $5. Jester Bell writes scripts like she forgot to write her final paper and needs to cram more words in to fulfill the word count.
Exactly. Yeah,
Load up
entirely.
crib notes now.
God, yeah. Anyway, back to the let's get through this.
to the movies as much. That's why it became such a novelty for me, because I didn't get to go so much when I was younger. But, you know, ever since more so in my teen years, I've just been an avid moviegoer and trying to check the box of all the big movies to see each year. And
she missed almost all of them. Basically.
Yep, you didn't do a very good job
even wait
this
for the
year,
year to
Jester,
end.
or last year.
Just Disney.
Because she,
I wonder if
she did
like,
a video just like this at the end of last year too, though. She did a video
Exactly.
And 2024 was also
yeah.
the worst film of year of films for all time, I'm sure, too.
Every year is the worst
Yeah.
year
Wait,
for her.
so is she about to
Yep.
criticize a bunch of films she hasn't watched?
No, she's going to reveal how few films she's watched this year, despite being a movie critic.
We'll see very quickly.
So
she has
wait,
very
she's gonna say
specific
it's the
things she
worst
sees in
year
theaters.
for movie watching, but she didn't watch any movies, so of course you're.
Oh, the gaps in her. And mind you, listen, if this was a normal person saying this would be a totally different situation. If she was just a normal person saying what movies she watched in a year, that's different, you know? But she's a critic. So the gaps in her knowledge are more significant. Like, Mark, for example, you watch movies both for your own personal satisfaction and you're a professional critic.
Right.
You watch a lot of movies every month, basically. Like, you have a very wide grasp of the medium as a whole in the current state of it.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like I think that is kind of what appeals why people watch Jester Bell is because I think she's appealing to people who do not watch movies. They do not go out to the theater. They do not go see a lot of these films that people are talking about, and they just feel validated. And granted, I watch a lot of films that like, look, I've seen a lot of films. They're not going to be released till next year, but there are still films on my top 10 list that people have seen. I fully admit that there's a lot of movies on my list that a lot of you have all seen, probably, that we would agree on a lot.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Mark, because it is so obvious from this video and her 2024 one that she doesn't actually care about the medium of film.
No, she just cares about the big blockbusters. And even then, only a few of them.
That is such a big part of her audience, too, because a lot of these people will not go to see movies like Weapons and Sinners and feel like they're validated. It's like, oh, I only went to go see like 2 films in the theater this year, and it was the worst year for films, and Jester Bell validates that point.
Exactly. Exactly. So, Martha, to give you perspective, your discussion of film so far, with just talking about one director, is more thorough than this film critic's reception of the entire year. With one conversation,
that's a problem.
About one director,
that's a problem.
That described in detail more about and we're not talking like. And you're not scripting it. You didn't script this. You're just talking off the cuff, right? About a couple of films by Bong Joon-ho. That is more detailed and more elaborate than anything Jester Bell says about the entire year. And you did that without producing it for a script. You didn't write it down. You didn't think about it. You didn't edit it. You just off the cuff thoughts. And that was more in depth about film in those 3 minutes than she does in 18 minutes.
Oh yeah, that's
also I want to answer.
Like, I'm not like I like movies.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a film critic by any means. I'm about to sit down and watch a bunch of movies because I'm about to make a video talking about the magical Negro trope.
Oh
and
yeah, there's a lot
of movies that I'm gonna have to watch so that I can properly provide context. But I'm not a movie critic by any means.
But the difference is you're enthusiastic. That's the key difference.
Even just being a film enthusiast is better than what Jester Bell is.
Yeah.
You don't even have to be a film critic to be.
Oh, you're miles ahead for her. Yeah.
Well, not just that.
For real. You're doing way better.
Enthusiastic. You're a combination of two things. You're enthusiastic and intelligent. Those are 2 factors at play.
Oh, thank you.
Like those are 2 huge things.
We gotta value that.
Yeah, both are important.
I do want to address what Rowie said too. Good Boy, she did not see Good Boy, Rowie. And also, I did talk about this in my video, but she made a post. Yeah, Good Boy was good, but she made a post after this video came out, and a lot of people called her out for this one, I think. Even people from her own audience. And she made a post after. I don't know if you're going to show that, Ann.
I'm going to show it. I'm going to show it after. I'm going to show it after we watch the video.
Yeah.
Because I feel that's a good
idea. Just look at her comments. Yeah.
Yeah, just for the comments alone.
Yeah. MT-Tyler9 super chatted $2. Best modern Snow White is from Fables 12.
Actually, the best Snow White is Utena, but I'm kidding. But I'm kidding. No, but that is a good example. Fables is fantastic. All right, back to this real quick. Because it's getting a little late. I don't want to be here till midnight, so let's just dive into this. Subject coming in real quick.
At _Java_698 super chatted $10. I decided to step out and watch movies in the theater more, and it was a great decision.
Yes.
I've enjoyed a lot of the movies I've gone out to see this year, and only a few disappointments for me.
I'll be honest, seeing a movie in theaters, you're always more inclined to like it than if you watch it at home. I think is a...
Hell yeah.
Yeah, even a bad movie in theaters, still there's something a little enchanting about it because you're in the theater. I remember watching, I used to work in a movie theater back, and they watched Elysium when it came out. Not a great movie, but it felt much more important watching it in a theater than at home. And I think that's a big thing that's lost on a lot of people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I got a digital streamer of Marty Supreme, and I still went to watch it in the theater just last Friday, and packed house. It was great to watch it in the theater with a bunch of people.
Exactly. Super chatted
That's the
$2.
best experience.
All
I
DK
agree.
about Fables.
Don't know about Fables? That's fair. I'll tell you this: the best movie going experience. No, I'll say this, and we'll keep watching the video. The best movie experience I ever had was freaking Paranormal Activity, which is a terrible movie, I think. But watching it in the theater is amazing.
I think the thing about the Paranormal Activity series is that it has some really interesting concepts and stuff. It's just executed really badly.
Yeah, it's like the worst execution for all ideas, I think.
if it's an event, it's worth going to the movie theater for. Like I went to go see Snakes on a Plane the night it came out, and the theater was buzzing. All like people were like throwing plastic snakes in the theater. They're all like hooping and hollering. It's like that's the way to experience it. Like if you watch Snakes at home now, it's like a goofy ass B movie that's not that funny. But you watch in the theater with the crowd, that was a whole other era, you know.
I'll tell you this. I was talking to my old editor at Dread Central a while back when this movie came out. She was telling me how she watched freaking Skinamarink in a theater in like a film festival, but under a special influence, we'll say, and told me it was the most horrific experience of her life. In a certain state of mind, I'll just leave it at that. But
I can identify like Skinamarink. I think is best watched alone in the dark and not with a crowd.
That must have been
under some substance. Yeah.
Yeah. No. That would Skinamarink's a freaky movie if you're alone in the house, like at pitch black at night, and you really focus on it. But that's an acquired taste. I wouldn't recommend Skinamarink to everyone. You have to really be in the right headspace for it. And I wouldn't even recommend watching it like if you love horror. You have to be in the right headspace for it. Otherwise, you'll
Yeah.
All right, back to this.
Each year, there would always be something for me. Not to say that there weren't years that disappointed in the past, but there would always be something. Even last year, even in like years prior, like 2023, the year of the strikes, that had stuff like Oppenheimer, for example, or 2024 had Dune Part 2, even though I think aspects of that film disappoint, but it had Dune Part 2.
That makes me so mad. She skipped over so many movies from 2023 even just more mainstream stuff. Like,
yeah.
What about Across the Spider-Verse? Come on.
Yeah. Hell,
she skips over that.
Movies. Or like Everything Everywhere
I know,
All at Once.
It's weird because she talked about it on her channel. Yeah. She's talked about Across the Spider-Verse before, but she didn't bring that up here. And she, from what I recall, she actually likes that one.
You would think, right?
It's so weird.
Anyway, there's a lot of overlap with
and The Wild Robot, a movie that I absolutely love.
Wild Robot's good.
There's always been a movie that came out in the theaters that was for me and that I absolutely loved. But 2025, like sometimes, and I just learned not to listen to this, sometimes I get people like, you only give negative reviews towards movies. And it's like, well, that's because there has not been a single movie in the theaters this year that I've enjoyed. Now, I want to give a caveat to that. I know that people bring up that a lot of people love Sinners and Weapons. I have a little bit of a line in terms of like what I'm going to watch in the theaters. Real ones will remember I didn't go see Deadpool and Wolverine because the humor was not my taste. Sinners and Weapons, there were a couple things in it that I thought I don't want to see that in the theater. I will probably...
What don't you want to see in theaters about Sinners and Weapons there, Jester Bell?
I can guess what she didn't like about Sinners.
Yeah, what specifically about Sinners?
That's exactly what I brought up.
No, not the horror.
Yeah,
that's not what she didn't like about Sinners.
Yeah, no, I can't. Just Martha, because you have not seen Sinners yet. I'm going to bring up the poster for Sinners. I'm going to ask you if there's anything you can think of why she might not want to watch the movie Sinners. Just a hypothetical. You know, I don't know. I might be overanalyzing this. I'm going to bring up this image. Looks like it's a big one. Like, hypothetically speaking, is there any particular thing about this movie that you think Jester Bell might be averted to? I don't know. I just think... I can't think of any reason why Jester Bell wouldn't want to watch Sinners.
It seems like...
Just hypothetically speaking.
I'm not the smartest person, but it seems like, there's a lot of black people in it.
Yeah. You would
There's
think.
like one white guy.
Oh, I mean,
and an Asian woman.
I don't know. IMAX tickets are expensive.
I mean, technically, Haley Steinfeld is Haley Steinfeld is biracial, so I guess that counts. But still, it's
just like her character in the movies, said to be biracial. Like they make a point of that in the film,
and she's actually biracial in real life too, actually, which is crazy.
Exactly,
wild. I didn't realize that. She's very white passing.
The thing is, it's very interesting because oftentimes, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I'm about to burp.
No, go for it, burp. It's so great. Someone in chat will enjoy that, I guess. I'm kidding.
Yeah,
I just ate dinner. That's why I kept muting and stuff because I didn't want you guys to hear me eating my Taco Bell.
You know, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
But oftentimes movies that are produced by people of color, and specifically my experience, movies produced by Black people end up getting a higher level of scrutiny than ones produced by their white counterparts, and so people just won't go see them. The amount of people that I heard that were like, I'm not gonna go see Get Out, or I'm not gonna go see Us, and it's just like, why not?
You know,
I never it, but it's because it's the cast is primarily Black.
You know, it's funny you just said that, because Variety recently released their top best movies of 2025. And you know, it's funny, there's a movie missing here that you would think should be on the list. Like, you have Dreams on here. Okay, I haven't seen that yet. This looks really good. You know, One Battle With Another's on here. Number 3, Sound of Falling. That's supposed to be good. 28 Years Later, really good movie. Marty Supreme's up here. You know, it's interesting. It's just an accident. It's about train dreams. The President's Cake. Steve. One Battle With Another again. And it's funny. Another ranking here. Marty Supreme. It's multiple critics, by the way, ranking this. Yeah, but beyond, White Diamond, it's interesting. Final Reckoning, Mission Impossible, Lurker, Weapons is on here, which is interesting. I like Weapons a lot. Black Bag. You know, it's funny that there's one film that's missing here. I don't know what it is, though.
Variety.
It just seems odd that one of the most popular films of the year that's been critically acclaimed by almost everyone isn't ranked on the list. It's strange. Probably a coincidence, I'm sure.
Yeah, totally.
It's just a coincidence. I'm sure there's nothing specific. That being said, though, she doesn't want to see Weapons either, so maybe it's just that she's scared easily. I don't know. I'm not saying there's any reason why they're not on the list. It's just an odd coincidence, isn't it?
Yeah.
Little
It gives
strange.
you pause.
Mm-hmm. Gives you pause, certainly. I'm sure there's no reason.
Probably watch them now that they're on streaming and I can skip through them, but that's another thing, though. In the past, it used to be if there was a movie where maybe it's really good, but maybe the content isn't your taste or you're not comfortable with it, then there's something else for you, right? Just because, like, this horror film, like horror films are always going to be more niche. If this horror film is not for you, then something else will be. That's always been the way it was. But this year, there's been nothing for me in the theater. And I know people in real life who just haven't even been to the theater this year
because you didn't go to see any movies.
Exactly.
Like, even outside of big IP movies, because spoiler alert, that's all she's going to talk about in this video is giant IP movies and Disney movies and such.
And she skips entire months of films. Entire months.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's really revealing too.
Yeah.
How she says like, oh, I know people in real life. It's like, well, who do you know who's not going to the theater to watch this stuff? You know.
Well, because her main audience,
she didn't watch.
People don't watch movies. You said it yourself, Mark. It's like these are her main audience of folks who don't go to the theaters. They're like, oh, I'll go see the Avengers film that comes out this year. I'll go see, and then they complain about Marvel, like superhero fatigue when it's like all they see is superhero films. I'm like, I don't feel superhero.
Exactly.
I don't feel
one of my biggest.
I watch other films. You know, I watch other things.
I think one of my biggest pet peeves is when people criticize things that they have either not watched or have not finished.
Exactly.
And it's very frustrating because I'm a person who reads a lot of BL.
Oh yeah.
And BL can get really, really controversial, but sometimes people will look me in the face and they'll be like, "Well, this BL is problematic, so I didn't read it." And I'm like, "Wait, those two parts of those sentence do not go together."
Wait, what does BL stand for?
Boys love.
Boy love.
Boys love.
Oh, okay.
Martha, did you watch my most recent video I put out?
I have not gotten around to it. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
I was
no,
busy with the holidays.
It's fine. It's just
unwell.
The BL element is very relevant in that.
Yeah,
video.
no, I'll watch it. I want to watch it.
I want to just when you watch it, send me a message of your thoughts when you get to a certain point. My friend of the channel, Jazzy, has been messaging me all weekend because she was watching my video in chunks, and every time she had a new chunk, she messaged me going, "Holy shit, fuck this person in particular." Like, just levels of rage.
Oh boy, that sounds like
Jeff brings up a good
Jester
point in
Bell?
chat. I think there, like, talking about how she made it too early because Anaconda is great. But I think something really interesting is that she doesn't bring up the naked gun in this video at all.
Yeah,
It's
that's
crazy.
a big
That's
omission.
mainstream film.
Or she didn't see it.
She just completely ignores
she didn't.
Naked Gun. She ignores a lot of. She ignores Chainsaw
Even outside of
Man
horror,
and
like she ignores one
Demon
battle
Slayer.
after another.
At this point,
If it wasn't made by
like,
Disney, I didn't see it.
It feels like
Basically.
there's two possibilities. Like either she's deliberately trying to paint a picture where she's literally trying to find like the bottom of the barrel on purpose to paint a picture, or she's completely like drawing duds in her head in regards to what she could remember what happened in this year.
It's both.
It's both, yeah, because she forgets that she watched F1, which she gave a good review to. She completely
And
forgets
Frankenstein.
F1. And
Something else I
Frankenstein.
think-
It's just very
Something
odd
else I
to
think-
me to feel like you get to have an opinion on something you don't know of anything about.
Exactly. 100%
Something else
exactly that.
That's
Something
what I
else I
said.
picked up
This is
on,
for
though.
cubicle jockeys who want to be validated and not going out to the theater, you know?
Exactly.
Something else I picked up on though is when she said she didn't watch Deadpool and Wolverine because that didn't appeal to her because of the content, and she didn't watch Sinners and Weapons, but she said she did watch Frankenstein.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
find
she
that
watched
so
Oppenheimer,
weird that
too.
she would not
Oppenheimer's an
watch
R-rated film.
Deadpool.
Yeah,
Because
but
I
is she a
remember.
Christian?
Is
I'm
she
wondering if
Christian?
she's.
Oh, yo, her family's aligned with Ben Shapiro. Well, Ben Shapiro's Jewish.
Yeah, it's just the fact that she said the reason she didn't watch Deadpool and Wolverine and the two horror films, but has watched horror films. So it makes me wonder if it's a puritanical thing.
You know that could possibly. Oh, sorry. You want to answer it?
Well, I was gonna say like because I know Catholics are a little different when it comes to horror films. Catholics love horror because it usually reaffirms their belief in God.
Oh yeah, especially
but a lot
Maybe
of
an evangelical sect, maybe.
Well,
Like,
evangelicals
I
aren't
don't-
Catholic. There's an entirely different part.
Well,
of
yeah, no,
Christianity.
that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying maybe she's not Catholic. But I mean, did she say she's Catholic? Or did she say she's like
I don't know what
some
she
other
is.
denomination?
See, I can't
She
figure out
might
what
even
her
be
like.
Christian. I have no idea.
I don't know what her angle is on that though, because like Deadpool and Wolverine isn't a horror film, so like
no, just
I don't like what's her
off-color.
line? Like she
Well,
Plus- Vulgar, isn't it? It's
it
vulgar.
might be like, not gonna lie, when it comes to Deadpool, it might be homophobia because Deadpool is canonically like what
yeah.
pansexual and
Hmm.
very openly attracted to men, and it's not like they don't really hide it in any of the media that they put him in.
And
That's
that film
true.
especially has a lot of queer elements to it. That could be
Oh,
it.
and then not only that, Wolverine himself is bisexual. So there's
Yeah, that's also
that.
true.
It's
I mean, he does.
two queer men in a room.
That's not just most
They
like
might
service level queer levels. Yeah,
True, but Wolverine, it's not really overt like it is with Deadpool. Deadpool, it's like in your
Yeah.
face.
Oh,
Wolverine, it's like you have to
definitely,
dig for proof of it.
It's a little bit, yeah, it's more subtle, but it's still like if you know anything about Wolverine.
Oh
you
yeah,
know
I mean, if you know
And she
how he became
definitely has an
Prime Minister of
aversion-
Canada and like married Hercules, yeah. In one
She
continent.
does have an aversion to like same-sex ships for sure. Like she didn't like Ivy and Harley. I know you talked about in your video, Anthony. Like that's something she really doesn't like.
She considers
And
it.
she also
She treats like she treats anything that's like same sex as fetishizing, as like a fetish.
exactly.
Like, she talks
and she
talks about, like,
hates
the paraphilia.
X-Men '97.
Ooh, I
That's
don't
something
like
I
it.
noticed
Oh, she
too.
hates it. Yeah.
I don't like this person.
Anthony, okay, so this has kind of been your like wheelhouse for a while. Like, in your personal opinion, would you say that like Jester Bell, like, might be on like a different level of like puritanicalism compared to like some of the other anti-wokosphere people, like in regards of how they display their taste?
You know
'Cause-
what? I don't know if she's even puritanical because she never really, like, she talks about smut like she's repulsed by it. That's a thing.
But that's the thing.
that's
Like
really
other because I know. Sorry to interrupt you. Like you.
No.
You've
Go
got
for
to. Because when I see some of the other like people that like cover this like field of quote unquote analysis, like there is a very very small element of like a thirstiness, and I feel like there might be like a dividing line between her and like the others in the market.
But what's funny is she's very thirsty over Gambit and Rogue. Like she's done a lot of stuff that's very like sexual, like done sexual out of those two. So I really do think it's just homophobia. Like it's not like, because if it's puritanical, it'd be more general plus homophobia. This is really just homophobia from that angle of things. And she's done a lot of stuff about how much she hates Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Oh, is that why he has 50 bajillion videos about this?
Yeah. And that's why I named Jester Bell, because reference to Harley Quinn.
You cracked the code.
There you go. All right, let's go back. Let's jump back to this, because if we don't get through this, you Brits are going to be up till like 4 a.m.
Been nothing for them.
Like Welsh, I'm sorry.
And it's not even that there hasn't been a movie that I particularly like in the theaters this year. It's then just the magnitude of how bad the big tentpole films that were supposedly these big tentpole films have been. This year kicked off with Captain America: Brave New World.
No, it didn't. That was in February.
No, it didn't.
You skipped an entire month of films.
Skipped all of January.
An entire month of movies.
And
she
Snow
skipped
White.
Companion. She skipped Dogman. She skipped what was the other January one I talked about in my video? I know Alto Nights actually came out that month.
Came out in February, you dumbass.
Yeah, and in the middle of February, not even like the beginning of it.
In the year
came out on Valentine's
February
Day.
Now.
Jesus
For real.
Christ.
Oh yeah, The Colors Within, a really great anime film that came out in January.
I gotta
She
see that.
skipped too.
Yeah, I didn't watch that one. I gotta take a look at that, because your video was like, oh, it looks really good from what you're describing.
I've actually been waiting to talk about that film because I got a screener in December and I was like, oh yeah, this is a really cute film. It should come out. I can't wait to talk about other people about it. Yeah.
Yeah, that looks fun.
I hope you do review it eventually, Mark, because especially because you're also you also discuss a lot of the autism rep stuff. I think you'll definitely like it, or you've seen it, so you probably know. But yeah,
I have a review up on my website, so yeah, I have done a review.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I'm gonna look at that later then. Perfect.
Yeah, I'm curious to watch it. No one sends me screeners, so I can't watch. I can't speak to, not anymore anyway. I used to get screeners when I was writing for CBR, but I haven't really done that anymore. So that's a shame. Anyway, back to this. Sorry.
And later, the Minecraft movie, even the film.
Okay, Minecraft was April, so you're skipping a few months here. You skip March, but okay.
And this has been a terrible year at the box office. There was recently an article that came out that said the October box office this year is the lowest it's been in 27 years. Not even considering inflation and excluding the pandemic. It is.
That's because they didn't have any horror films except for Black Phone 2.
Exactly. And that's 1 month. That's October.
Yeah, and plus, I'll be honest with you, this October sucked in terms of movie output because they only put one horror film there. Black Phone 2 is decent. I like Black Phone 2 more than most people did. But I got to see that one in theaters.
Sometimes over the years I've noticed companies will put horror movies out in April or fucking August, and I'm just why? We have a month for this.
You know what the really stupid thing was, I think, that film studios got caught up on? For a while now, every few years they put out a Venom movie. And Venom's successful in October. And Venom's a hit in October because A, it's a giant monster, and B, people like Venom. Specifically, they like Venom in particular. And so I think film studios thought, oh, maybe October is a new blockbuster month. No, it was just Venom. It was specifically Venom.
Exactly.
And it's consistently every year. That's the only blockbuster that succeeds in October.
Venom holding up the month of October each time.
Basically.
Funnily enough, though, I actually did a little bit of research on this and looked what the box office for this year is, and it's only $10 million domestically behind last year.
Yeah, it's
which is still ahead.
Difference. It's not the
it's still ahead of
miles.
2023.
That is the most frustrating thing about this year is because the box office is it's a little bit middling compared to last year, but Jester Bell doesn't know that because she did not look up the info or wait for the other films to come out to talk about this.
Also, I bet if you
look
at the
also
box
dumb
office
because she
the
keeps.
Year... Oh, sorry.
No, you're all good. She keeps using box office as her only criteria for whether a film is good or not, and it's so baffling. Because
but she uses it for 1 month.
Well,
yeah, that too. It's just very dumb.
Well, we even talked about this before. We were looking at box office results of previous years. That's what I chose at the beginning of the stream to do. Some of those movies that were hits, we all agreed were kind of shitty. Actually, they made over $1 billion. Pirates of the Caribbean, Stranger Tides, Pirates of the Caribbean 4, not a good movie. Made over $1 billion.
No.
So
they would have either issues of doing too much with like their graphics, doing too little, the writing doesn't hold up, or like sometimes the films that like did do better like ended up having a like more solid foundation. And it's just kind of like, it's like, yes, box office is a good way to tell how good a film is doing, and it definitely helps like companies recoup things and stuff so that they can keep making more films, but it isn't like a definitive measure for like the years to follow.
Exactly. Sure. Agreed. All right, let's get through this. I know it's gonna get late, so I will probably wrap up after we do this. But let's and we don't have to watch the whole thing if it gets too late. But let's keep going with this just for now.
It's insane how bad the box office has been. But even the movies that have done well at the box office, it's like the Minecraft movie, just awful. And then Lilo and Stitch live action that completely changed the ending and the point of that film. That's the highest grossing film of this year so far. It's just crazy. And like, even the films that they said were better. Fantastic Four, I do not think is a good movie. It failed the Fantastic Four again. Superman, I think is even worse than Fantastic Four. I think that Superman is an absolutely terrible film, even as the Superman fans were trying to defend it. But it's...
I love how she's like almost the only one saying like, I mean, I know people, not everyone loves Superman. I get that. But like, generally speaking, Superman and Fantastic Four were well received, especially Superman.
Well, I just want to say, people who seem to have issues with Superman tend to be having issues in the other aspects of their life. I'll just say that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And like, she also made several videos, you know, even leading up to the release of those films. Like before they came out, she made like 10 different videos each on Fantastic Four and Superman, and she can't let it go even after the films have already come out.
Yeah, she was upset.
It has to be bad.
Yeah, she was jumping hard on the Pedro Pascal anti-wagon, like months before the movie came out.
Yeah, she really hates him.
Which is bizarre, because I'm like Pedro Pascal's biggest defense is that he was in a lot of movies in July of this year. And you can tell that whole hate train was artificial, because the moment after Fantastic Four came out, everyone stopped talking about it. You know, it just died off. Hard.
Wait, are you talking about the one where like he holds the like
I'm
the...
guessing Jester Bell has never a movie's score on Metacritic, IMDb, or Rotten Tomatoes before making her own opinions.
And you know what? You don't have to actually use those scores to base your opinion on anything, but still, she doesn't really care what other people think, apparently, just herself. Sorry, what were you going to say there, Sekros?
I was gonna wait. Are we talking about the controversy with the whole like holding hands thing and all that, and like oh he's very sensitive, and it was. Yeah, like I think it just slots into the whole hover hand discourse. I think it's like it's just kind of like a subtle vibe thing, and sure, there's like some extra social nuance involved, and it's like he just kind of became a lightning rod for like a brief moment because he showed up a little too much in. When was it? You said July, right? Basically,
just July. He had a lot of movies that happened to come out in July.
Yeah,
he was almost in Weapons, actually, which is really funny. That would have been. He was going to play Josh Brolin's character originally, but then scheduling conflicts got in the way.
I think. I mean, don't get me wrong. He's a strong man, but like Roland is like Roland. Sorry, am I saying the name right? Roland. Yeah, Roland. I think has a bigger build, and it just like lends to that very particular scene. I think you know the one I'm talking about. Like when it comes to certain
there's a
maneuvers,
few scenes I'm thinking of. Yeah, I feel like Brolin is better suited for that role. Like I can't see. I think Pedro Pascal would have been interesting, but it would have been a very different performance.
I would definitely not buy. I wouldn't buy it as much. I don't think.
No, Pedro Pascal could do aggressive, but like. It would have been a very different role, especially the scene where he's like fighting the one guy in Weapons. He just keeps punching him down. Yeah, no, been very different, I think.
It's just like everything this year has been a disaster. And one of the films that I was actually looking forward to because the trailers looked good was Tron.
Oh, Tron Ares was the one she was looking forward to. Like,
oh boy, yeah,
that's the one she on the poster. Like, yeah, it's the one.
Okay, you're right. She must be thirsty, just a little bit. Like, oh my god, Jared Leto. Oh my god, he's on.
Well, it's also weird because she admitted in her review of that movie that she's not even a Tron fan. I feel like maybe she is a Jared Leto stan.
She just wants Jared Leto. That's what it is. But like, that's the one. That
Morbius.
Those $1 billion that Tron deserves. Did you hear that Tron's gonna get $17 billion more? Like, come on.
Oh man, more billions. It was the most movie ever. Everyone went and saw it twice.
Yeah.
They had to put it
It's
back
like
in
House of
theaters.
Gucci.
We had to put it back in theaters because we just happened to forget the first time it was out. We'll come the second time. We promise, Disney.
Oh God! Wait, wasn't he the Italian guy? And he was like, "Oh,
He was.
mamma mia!"
Yes.
Oh, I love it. That was the best performance. I unironically, I went in, watched House of Gucci. I was there for what's the name of the Sith Lord actor?
Adam Driver.
Adam Driver, yeah, I was there for the whole Adam Driver thing, right? Like, I thought it was an okay biopic. It had some style. I think I liked the trailer more than the movie because it had a funky music and atmosphere. But when Jared Leto comes in as the Italian guy, I'm like, okay, you sold me. We're definitely in Italy now. Okay, thank you. This is what I needed.
You see, as an Italian, I couldn't stand it because it was so over the top. I'm like, come on, what are we doing here? He's spaghetti and meatballs out of his pockets.
Okay, now you know how I feel when I watch The Boys. Okay,
exactly.
For real,
No, you get it. You get it. I get it. I see what you're putting down. It's all good. But it's like I half expected Jared Leto to have. I always loved the story with Jared Leto where the most extreme method acting stories where he played John Lennon's like killer, and did all this extra work for a film that ultimately no one gave a shit about. Like,
oh God, yes.
It's like such a waste of like effort and like putting your body through physical, like really permanent physical damage. Let's be honest about it. For a movie,
oh man, it's like
no one
you're
gave
not
a shit
Daniel
about.
Day-Lewis.
It's like it wasn't even a good performance. It wasn't even a good movie. It's like, what are you doing?
He's like that influencer who sees Daniel Day-Lewis and says, "Oh, I could do that." It's like, no, you don't.
Like,
Don't do that.
But like even then, he does it for like movies like Lincoln, like movies that you can tell going in. No, it's a quality production. We know it's gonna make it.
Yeah.
You know, like not the freaking like loser, dumb, like Lindsay Lohan.
I'm gonna get into the mindset of the Joker.
It's like, what are you doing? It's like, what do you like? Unfortunately, though, he didn't method act for Haunted Mansion, which I think is a missed opportunity. He really should have tried getting into the headspace of the Hatbox Ghost a little better for that film.
Oh yeah. God.
Aries.
Also, that was a mistake because they released that film in this summer, not October.
Yeah.
Yet again.
It's a perfect October film. It's not even a bad movie, Haunted Mansion. I thought it was decent. Like, it was a fun little roller coaster ride of a movie. But, like, in October, you put it out. You don't put it in, like, August. No one's going to watch a ghost movie in August. What are you doing?
Right. That's what I was saying.
It's such a missed opportunity.
Watch fucking horror movies in fucking, like, I don't know, like, July.
Yeah. Oh, boy. I mean, I guess The Conjuring had that success, but The Conjuring is unique. Like, that's, like, a very specific brand.
Oh, how that turned out. It's just been insane, like, how nearly every single tentpole blockbuster that isn't horror has just become this disaster of quality this year. I have never lived through a year where there just hasn't been one movie in theaters that I've actually liked. I know I liked K-Pop Demon Hunters, but that was streaming on Netflix. And even though I liked K-Pop Demon Hunters, I think it's a great movie, I don't think that I've been as involved with the mania behind that as other people are. And that's okay. It's okay if you like something, but it's not necessarily your new mania. But like, that was a streaming movie. It has just been so.
It was in theaters though, but you know, eventually, I'll grant her that, and that's probably why I'll grant her Frankenstein too, because that was a Netflix film that was in theaters briefly. But like, even after this movie, Wake Up Dead Man came out, which I thought was pretty good.
Exactly. I will say this video did come out before Wake Up Dead Man came out, so like,
yeah.
Also kind of telling because she didn't even release this video at the very end of the year when more movies had come out.
There were like 2 months left of film. Like it was in November.
And that's when the best stuff comes out.
This came out November 1st. Like, what? Anyway.
Bad this year. And going back to that article with about the October box office, it was like they finally had a breakthrough because all of this time, the media has been blaming other things on the box office and all of that. It's been blaming things like COVID. And it finally started to get around to blaming the strikes for a lot of this that we are seeing now. Oh, I just remembered. Elio came out this year. It's been so bad. But this time...
Elio was fine. It wasn't that, like...
Elio was not a bad movie.
I actually like Elio. Actually, no. I'll go further. I'll say Elio... minus the way like they like lined up the characters on the camera, because obviously they wanted to try and fit it for like TikTok. When it comes to the actual story and the design and just the relationship between the boy and the alien creature, I thought it was truly wholesome. as a film
I
with a lot of
think-
relatable dilemmas.
I think we're all in agreement to varying extents that Elio was a good film. Like, it just had a rotten luck at the box office.
Yeah, and this
Exactly.
is why I'm not looking forward to next year, because Pixar has an original film, Hoppers, coming out
and it
early
looks
in the year,
good.
Looks good.
just like Elio, and then it's gonna have Toy Story 5 coming out in the middle of the summer, and I guarantee you, Toy Story 5 is gonna do better than Hoppers,
Not even a
and it's
question.
gonna be
100%.
really unfortunate.
Unfortunately.
I really am crossing my fingers that Hoppers at least won't be a flop because it looks good and like the weird
hope
Bear
so,
Bears
yeah.
creators
I hope it
scratching
makes
it.
its money
But
back because Pixar's had some rotten luck with that, or like is like a sleeper hit where it doesn't get like big opening weekend but has legs, you know.
I'm placing
That's
a
the thing,
small
like Elemental
prediction.
did.
I want Hoppers to do well, just so people like Jester Bell can stop complaining. It's like, oh, Pixar only does sequels. Like, because you didn't go
100%.
out to see shit like Elio and Hoppers. It's like, gee, go out and see that
Exactly.
stuff so you can tell Disney stop making sequels, but you
Exactly.
won't. So
It's like
Exactly.
it's like she's the architect of her own pain, essentially.
It's
yes,
like,
he is.
like
It feels
I
like-
really
you
hope
know
Hoppers
how
does
I-
well, for real.
You know how I said I feel like I'm listening to a counselor that's like disappointed in having to help me?
Yeah.
Like I feel like she's blaming me for her lack of enjoyment of film.
Yes,
And I'm like,
spot
I
on.
didn't
She
do
is.
this.
Well, that's what she really is. She's blaming everyone else because she's like, oh, like, and the thing is, like, she's gonna blame like the movies being bad inherently on why October specifically had a down month, and not the fact there were no horror films in the weeks leading up to Halloween, other than the one horror film that carried October, that being Black Phone 2, which again, it's not bad. I think Black Phone 1's better, but you know. It's the closest I'm gonna get to Freddy Krueger. So what are you gonna do, my guys?
but she didn't watch it, so how can you argue that with her?
I also feel like a lot of people just don't take horror as like seriously as they should as a genre, and this is definitely not helping.
Exactly. Even though we had two amazing horror films this year. Well, we had many good horror films this year, but like two widely popular, also amazing horror films this year. Bring Her Back is also fantastic, but that's way more esoteric for most people to handle, I think. I don't think that's a movie I can recommend to everyone.
I've yet to see all of it. Yeah, I've like only saw the first like 5 minutes.
Oh,
It's like-
that movie's a lot. It's great, but it's a lot. It's a
it takes some fun twists towards the end. Yeah.
All right. Cool,
also,
cool.
Ugly Stepsister, underwatched movie. That was really good. I like.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that was really good. I was impressed by that one.
And
I
this
think my
article-
critics group actually nominated that for best international film. So yeah.
Oh hell yeah, that movie's great. I freaking love that movie. It was fantastic.
finally acknowledged, hey guys, a lot of these films that have been coming out haven't been resonating with
Just October. Okay, many October titles simply don't resonate with general audiences. Tron Ares is the only one they can mention.
I wonder why that is.
Yeah, why would Tron Ares not appeal to audiences? I can't imagine why that might be. Also,
What
it's
singular entity could be responsible for this?
I can't imagine what person
that-
did
and-
something.
Tron is also just a very niche IP to begin with, but like when you put Jared Leto in there, that makes it even worse.
Yeah,
Like it's a sequel to a film from 15 years ago.
and even that
Yeah,
film
for
didn't
real.
make that much money. Like I liked Tron
Exactly.
Legacy. It's good, but it's
Yeah, Tron Legacy was mostly carried by the 3D hype, actually. That's why it's the most financially successful of those films.
that.
And even back then,
and
it
the
was
Daft Punk.
polarizing beyond its soundtrack. You know.
Oh yeah, the Daft Punk soundtrack was the biggest thing with that film. Like everyone agreed that was fantastic, but everything else was like, I remember people saying it was garbage for a while, or they just went to go see Olivia Munn. Was that it? Like in a skin tight outfit. Those the two things.
Olivia
everyone agreed
Wilde.
on. Olivia Wilde, Olivia Munn.
Yeah, her.
Okay, cool, awesome. Yeah, that was the big thing. But like now, people agree it's like a really good sci-fi film for the most part. It's gotten like has good legs, I guess. Good rewatch value.
Should we give Jester Bell like 2 minutes like into the video so we could like portion out the commentary? Because I feel like we're stopping
yeah,
every like
audiences,
1
which I guess is a
nanosecond.
nice way of saying
Yeah,
they're
of course,
trash
you're
and
right.
audiences don't like them. Yeah, there aren't a lot of films out there that resonate with audiences. And I want to just say, like, on Disney's angle, a big part of it is that they are behind on the times and they're, like, desperately trying to catch up. They thought a lot of this way of thinking and a lot of their version of progressivism was going to be really popular, but it's not. So they have to put out all these films that they had in the works that were going to follow that. Like, Captain America Brave New World was originally supposed to be a very, very politically charged film. They thought it was unreleasable. They reworked it. Snow White was reworked. And I didn't realize this. I didn't know how long it was going to go. But Tron Ares is another movie that adheres to the same kind of pattern where it was going to be a male character from the original franchise is gone and the girl boss takes over. And it's all the same pattern that is institutionalized with Disney. They just have all of these leftover films that no one is asking for, that they were in their own bubbles and deluded, that thinking that this is what mainstream audiences want. But not only do mainstream
Disney is one of the least politically charged studios ever. Like, by a mile. Also, there was another very political film that was very popular with audiences that's way more politically driven. You might have heard of it. It's called Sinners. You might have heard of it.
Unfortunately, we know she didn't watch that.
No, of course, I can't imagine why. But yeah, no, there were some hugely political films this year, and they were very successful. The problem is...
Even like One Battle After Another was, wasn't like a huge success, but it was very politically charged and critically acclaimed, too.
Oh, yeah, people love that film. But like, but even then, it's like, you would think maybe Jester Bell might pick up on the fact that maybe, slightly, there's some films out... And again, like, Disney's not a very progressive studio. Even when Disney is progressive, like, it's like...
They don't go all the way.
No. They like, Owl House was as far as they went, and then that show got canceled prematurely. You know, it's like...
Yeah. I want to play devil's advocate ever so slightly. There was one film that they released, and I think they didn't do much advertisement to it. Was it Strange World?
Yeah, that one was
technically that I would argue that film is very progressive, or at the very least very green, and kind of meeting halfway with misanthropy, kind of.
Yeah, but even that,
on a surface level, yeah.
Very superficially, I feel like it's one of those films. I didn't like Strange World, I'll be honest.
They had a whole conversation where they were literally trying to convince some characters to cut it with the human supremacy mindset. Yeah. I think that's incredibly a progressive leaning stance, I think.
I think it's...
I wish that film had been better, because
that's the big issue, I think.
Yeah, I think Atlantis, The Lost Empire, and Treasure Planet are much better Disney animated sci-fi films than Strange World. Also, Atlantis is actually pretty progressive too.
I would say
because
that too, yeah. Diverse cast.
Yeah, the villain is literally he calls himself an adventure capitalist in the movie, and it's like, wow, okay, it's kind of surprising they did that.
Atlantis has aged very well, I think. Strange World, the problem is it's a very superficial film. Like a lot of the. The issue is its themes are presented, and I can go into more detail if I really had the time to do so, because unfortunately we are running a little long in the tooth. I got to put my son to bed soon. But the big issue with that film is that every one of its themes are just surface level. It's there's an environmental theme, but it's the most black and white kind of issue. There's a gay character, but it's doesn't factor into the plot at all. It's just, he likes guys. Okay, that's cool. We accept it, and then we move on. Never mention ever again. I don't know.
I wish they had gone a bit further with it, honestly.
Yeah, and also Elio, this is the thing you might not know, was originally going to be about a gay kid. The kid was originally going to be gay, as far as I remember reading about it. Yeah. And they cut
he was going to be queer,
Yeah, they cut the whole thing out because Disney wanted to have a mandated family-friendly approach, whatever that means. And so they cut out a lot of the themes. And so you have these films where Disney allows the artist to make their story, but then gets cold feet at the last second and forces them to change everything. That's why their films are suffering. They don't let their artists just do the story they're trying to tell and instead try making it corporate mandated. But Zootopia 2 and Lilo and Stitch, those fit the corporate mandated style, and so they thrive the best under Disney's aesthetic. That's the reality too. The films that are most marketable succeeded under that.
Even Buzz Lightyear, the animators had to fight just for a mere same-sex kiss in that film.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
and they barely got that. So that's the thing. It's this whole mentality that it's the Disney's progressive style that's pushing it. No, Disney's not progressive. The artists in Disney are progressive. They're working through the machine.
Even if you look at even you look at this year with like Captain America 4, it's like it was just a very lukewarm Manchurian candidate plot for what involves like the White House. Like it was for a film that involves politics, it was very politically neutered from what I saw.
And
that was a pretty nothing movie, honestly.
And if you look at the sketches for that film, all the stuff made for it, there was so much more on the cutting room floor they just got rid of early on. And it's not that Marvel did it, it's that Disney did it. Disney's the one that pushed for them to get changed. Like, that's what's so frustrating.
I think that you're all looking at it a bit too deep from Jester Bell's perspective, because the basic issue is the reason this political is because a woman was supposed to be the lead, from as far as I can tell. So I think,
and I think it's so disappointing of her to say that as well. It's like I feel like there could be some interesting analysis that she could do for like her own team, but she boils it down to this kind of surface level. Oh, what kind of idpal character is here? And she would just go in and like point at it, but she wouldn't actually weigh in on like any of the substance of anything that's been said within the subtext, like at all.
Exactly. It's so
like she wouldn't be able to read that. Yeah.
I get about her is that she's very much a trending topics grifter. So
as I said, it's a 9 to 5 for her. I think that's like, as you say, like she clocks in and clocks out, and because of that, there's no depth.
100%. That's the problem, ultimately.
Nail on the head.
Yeah. We're going to watch a little bit more of her video, then we're going to move on to a comment that she posted afterwards, because I think it's very insightful. And then we'll wrap things up, I think.
Mainstream audiences not want this, but we are years past that even being relevant. Like, these movies feel like they would have come out in maybe 2016, but we're in 2025, almost 2026. Like, it is insane. I was looking forward to Tron Ares, but it didn't even occur to me that, yeah, that film would be with the same mindset of Disney and how they've been making films for years now too. And who knows how many of those films are less. I thought that we were just going to have Brave New World and Snow White and then we'd be done with it. We've been moving on, but no, all of these films were made in that era, and who knows with how long films take to make, how much more there's going to be. So, yeah, the reason why films are so bad this year is a combination of, one, the strikes, and that's why there's far less films releasing this year. It's been an empty schedule, but also just because of the mindset of the people behind the scenes, whether that is a certain progressive mindset that perhaps Disney tried to double back on and tried to run away from. Like in the case of Elio, it was supposed to have a lot of gay and queer themes, and Disney was like panicking, oh, we can't have that, and so they got rid of that. And I'm not saying that I don't think that the original Elio film was going to be good. I don't think that at all. I don't think for one second. That would, I guarantee that as Disney is running scared from that would have been very controversial. That would have been a disaster too. But the thing is,
it would have been a disaster if it was gay, is what she just said basically. Is what she basically just said. Like, oh, okay there, Jester Bell, you kind of showing your hand there a little bit, so I guess that kind of feeds into the homophobia angle.
I think that Disney,
also, like,
when
exactly.
they have...
What's up?
Go ahead.
Sorry,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, the one thing too is like how could you go from like saying like, oh yeah, Captain America and Lilo and Stitch all disappointed me, but Tron Ares would be the saving grace from the studio that has consistently disappointed
I know,
me.
and she still also
So
thought
baffling.
that Tron Ares was like progressive or whatever. Like, if she thinks these movies are progressive,
Doesn't
I think
Tron
her
Ares
mind
end
would
with like a
melt
host,
if
like a
she
Save
watched
the
it.
Princess thing? Like the Save the
Yeah,
Damsel
no,
in
yeah,
Distress
like
thing?
she's a damsel in distress. Yeah, Greta Lee's character. But like, if she watched an actual progressive movie, her mind would melt. I
like
think
Sinners.
It's so
Like
clear she
Sinners.
can't handle it.
Yeah, like Sinners, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Fool me 5 times. Shame on Jester Bell.
Yeah, basically. And also, of all the films she's talked about so far, the only ones that aren't Disney are Minecraft and Superman. And that's it. Everything else is Disney. And even then, it's not even all the output Disney made. Because Disney has other films they don't sell under the Disney label that go out into theaters. Mm-hmm. Like Predator Badlands, for example.
Yeah, or like even like the Springsteen movie, that came out the same month, and technically that was a Disney movie as well.
That was a Disney film.
Pictures.
Yeah, that was a Disney film.
She's not even gonna touch Searchlight,
I don't even think she knows
No,
Searchlight's Disney.
I don't think she knows Searchlight exists, honestly, knowing her. She probably didn't see The Roses either.
Also a good movie. I like The Roses. I thought it was funny.
Yeah,
it was pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't love it, but I liked it. Not as good as the original, but I think that the War of the Roses with Danny DeVito one, I like that one a lot more. But still,
that is a better movie.
Yeah, a much better movie. But still, it's not bad. Not a bad movie. but you know.
Of these people behind the scenes who have like these progressive themes that they want to put in these movies and such, just taking them out, just gutting the films isn't going to all of a sudden make them better. It might make them a bit less controversial, but when you just take a completed film, whether it would have been good or not, and in this case I just don't think these films would have been good, and just gut them of all their themes, like that you just can't rework these films all of a sudden. You're just going to take away what the intentions of the authors were and just leave these hollow shells behind. And I also think AI has some stuff to do with it. I guarantee that Disney especially has been using AI in their projects. But I would.
She then goes on a long rant for AI. I'll spare us the details of that. Like AI is bad, but like AI has nothing to do with what specifically you're talking about. I do want to cut to. I think we'll leave Jester Bell behind. I think we made the point just now. So Martha, what do you think? What do you think about Jester Bell?
I think she's an idiot.
Yeah, same. Good. We're on the same page then.
Shallow. I think she's shallow, definitely. I think, lack of analysis.
Where is the freaking post? It's all.
I think it was a month ago now.
Yeah.
So it would be farther down when she actually published the video. So like November 2nd or something.
Okay, makes sense. I'm noticing a recurring pattern with her posts.
You're right. And a lot of similar stuff.
A lot of rogue.
I like me some Rogue, but I don't get the feeling she likes Rogue for the same reasons I do.
I mean, I think on some level she might like the same reasons I like Rogue, but I'll stop about that. Yeah.
Here it is. Okay, there.
So I will read this to right here. So occasionally when I talk about how bad movies are right now, I'll get some snooty film snob in the comments saying, your problem is you're only watching Disney and superhero movies. Broaden your palette. No punctuation marks. Meaning I need to be watching more obscure indie films to find something good. You know, indie like Weapons or Sinners. Or Frankenstein.
Or The Naked Gun.
Or Naked Gun.
Indie.
That indie film. First off,
very indie.
When I'm talking about how bad movies are now, I'm of course comparing the mainstream blockbusters of today with the ones from the past. So not Naked Gun, apparently. Oh, here you go. A super chat, I think, for you, Mothra.
At Hermanita Rules super chatted $1.99. An idiot is the best summation of Jester Bell ever.
Accurate. As much as some people grit their teeth about Disney and superhero movies, they not only used to be of much better quality, but factually, Hollywood released more high-quality original movies for the mainstream as well. No punctuation for that whole thing.
Oh my God! Why is she just writing just run-on sentences? That's that's another way you can tell someone's kind of stupid is because they don't use commas or periods or question marks.
Yeah, she has terrible punctuation as well. And like this post is edited. It says edited. She could have spelled Disney correctly.
She's using punctuation either, by the way. The indie space is not much better right now, though. Similar to mainstream Hollywood, the indie space is incredibly gatekept, so that it's still the same pool of rich, well-connected people able to get their films into the best film festivals and get exposure to distributors. It's incredibly difficult.
At Racer45 super chatted $5. I dare somebody to debate Jester Bell on her takes
that last
and see how she defends
sentence.
herself.
Yeah, right?
If she has any legs to stand on.
By the way, Flo, the winner for Best Animated Picture, was made in Blender, which is free. Also, Good Boy came out.
And even like Good Boy.
Yeah, right?
Good Boy was like made like it was just they put a camera on a dog basically.
Rich, I've seen all the films that are going to be nominated. I'm not rich.
Also, don't forget that this post was made a couple weeks after Shelby Oaks came out, which was made for $5 million with a production budget. But even then, so
can I respond to this super chat directly?
Go for it.
Okay, it's the one that says, I dare somebody to debate Jester Bell on her takes and see how she defends herself if she has any legs to stand on. The Racer C45, as funny as that would be, arguing with an idiot is like arguing with a brick wall. You might as well be smashing your head against it because that would be more productive.
And also, speaking of
found that during the Templar stream for sure.
Just going to say, the debate with Templar, the reason I consider that a complete failure is because Templar was too dumb. Not even beyond just the fact he's a fascist. Beyond that point, he's also so stupid. You can't talk to him. You can't talk to someone at that level. Like beyond the fact.
I know, and he kept talking over you too. It was so bad.
Exactly. The interview was painful to listen to because he kept. And I'm doing it right now. I apologize for talking so much over you guys too at times. But like he didn't want to listen. He just wanted to hear himself talk. And so, what's the debate going to be about? You know, like what do you
No,
do?
it was like
well, not to mention like Jester Bell hasn't seen Weapons or Sinners. How can we argue our point to her? Like she hasn't seen it.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Say watch Sinners like 15 times? Like what's that gonna accomplish?
Right.
Yeah.
It's just like you. I don't know. Like going in to like a beehive and shaking it up a bunch would be like literally like you would get more done.
Exactly. Also,
you would. Yeah.
Also, sorry.
Could I weigh in on what, like, you're talking about the thing where Jester's talking, like a counter argument against what she perceived to be a film snob, correct? That's what was the previous thing that was said?
Yes, but also, you know, Sekiro, you're actually in an interesting position because you actually are an independent producer of media.
Exactly, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, an independent. What media?
Of media, period. Just because the thing is, she's saying that like it's only rich elite snobs who make independent media.
I'll absorb that.
Okay, so this is my stance on the matter. I feel like there's a bit of a triangle. I haven't figured out what the third line is yet, but I figured out what two of them is. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, no, now I got it. So it's a balance between skill, connections, and budget.
Mm-hmm.
You need like all three to like make any movie. And like the more you have of any of them, the more likely you are to at least have something presentable on screen. If I was to throw a bone, all right, and this is only our personal experience, when she talks about like the gatekeeping nature of like what she perceives to be like both the indie and the upper echelons of the film space, I think there is definitely an element of truth in that. Although, I mean, I think what it is, we live in an age now where we could create any community space we want, but the problem is, like, when a community space gets created, it gives a handful of people an astronomical amount of power, and any personal grudge or beef could be like the be all and end all of the development growth of someone who might just be coming into the space, who hasn't even got their land legs on anything. Like, imagine you're born in like Rust Belt, a flyover country, and you might have some very like not so progressive opinions of literally anything. If you walk into any of these spaces and you like unironically say the wrong thing, like at the start of the learning curve, and the first response isn't to educate but to reject, that's gonna make a jaded outsider, I think,
also
like
fair.
philosophically.
That's fair. You know, bigotries and prejudices do exist in any artistic space. That's also true. If you're from outside a certain community, that could be a problem, especially if no one's willing to educate you or present information that might be important for you to know that no one's going to present to you. That's a fair point. I do think also it's important to note that, you know, I'm not going to speak for the entire indie sphere because I don't know every independent genre's reception, but I know horror pretty well. And horror is pretty receptive to different viewpoints, usually because people tend to be interested in what makes people scared, you know? And everyone has fear. That's a big commonality. Fear is unifying. So I think with independent horror, it's a great sphere to work in. But
I fully agree with you.
Yeah, I think horror.
So go on.
Horror is great.
Well, not to mention horror is a good return on investment. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. You don't need a lot of money to be
It's
scary.
actually, yeah, because horror movies are actually the cheapest movies to make.
Yeah,
exactly.
Skinamarink was a huge success. $11,000, was that how much it cost?
Yeah.
I could
well,
make,
hell, even go to Paranormal Activity.
Yeah. Very low budget. Like Blumhouse's entire model for a while, not so much anymore, but for a while was very low upfront cost, high return. And if it failed, you didn't lose any money, so you're good to go. I do want to wrap up quickly soon after this, but I want to bring up the comments real quick. Because, you know, you got some comments here that even then roasted her. Like, for example, some say, preach Sister Frodo.
Oh, God.
Perfectly said. Funny how often anti-gatekeepers gatekeep themselves. What was it? The animal lover, your movie sucks. According to him, you need to be eating a better media diet. A lot of your movie sucks discussion for some reason. Rental Family. Some people saying Rental Family is really good. giving,
That is a good movie.
I haven't seen it yet, but I heard it's excellent. Yeah, I want to see it though. It's on my list. Again, child, it delays everything. Films like Alter on YouTube, short films. Again, you going for independent stuff, really independent. Your problems, you only watch Disney and superhero movies. People pointing out how terrible her apostrophes and grammar are. Another Tron Aries video. Please stop watching modern entertainment. Watch things from the 70s. Not even a bad recommendation, honestly, if you love that so much. A24 slot must be stopped. Oh, okay.
A24 slop?
Yeah, apparently A24 slop. Someone told me that Evangelion was slop, so I've learned that slop means nothing.
Boy.
Oh my god! Like that's like the opposite of slop. That's like peak material.
Yeah, no.
What nonsense is this?
Yeah.
Accounts. Like James Gunn is just making a bunch of fucking fake YouTube accounts just to.
Apparently James Gunn is harassing her specifically. Because she didn't like Superman, apparently, according to some of these comments. Some people are delusional. Like, just skimming through these, he's like, some people are roasting her rightfully. Most are, like, really just sheeps. Like, the film snob community in shambles. Laughing emoji, laughing emoji, laughing emoji. Ugh. It's a very
you can tell the IQ level of most of these people is usually either on par with her or lesser than her, given what they're saying.
It's a dire situation. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up things right now because, unfortunately, I do have to put my son to bed. So, but everyone who's joined on stream, thank you so much. You guys want to go give yourselves one last farewell to the audience and tell them where they can find you and what you're working on? Maybe in order from left to right on screen.
Oh, I guess that makes me go first.
Yeah, it does,
Hi.
Mothra.
I'll reintroduce myself. I'm Mothra. My YouTube channel is called Earl Mothra Fangbanger. You can find my my videos there. I don't know. Can I drop a link in the chat? Is that okay?
Yeah, drop a link in chat.
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay. I made a video recently talking about Black fandom spaces that I worked on with Kyla T, and I also interviewed my my lovely mother for that one, and I'm working on a analysis and review of adaptations of The Haunting of Hill House, which I'm doing with my friend Krim. I'm also going to be releasing a video talking about magical Negroes and how they have a negative impact on the Black community, but also just film in general. And then another project that I'm working on is the video is going to be called Stop Saying the Book is Better. And it's going to be talking about media accessibility for people who have learning disabilities like dyslexia, for example, because that's what I grew up with. And so hearing over and over again, the book is better, doesn't help when you have any issues reading books. So I'm going to be talking about that. And also, other ways you could frame if you want someone to engage with like a source material, regardless of if it's a book or not, like a better way of going about that than like shaming somebody for like watching the movie or something. You know what I mean? So that's the kind of stuff that I'm working on, and hopefully will be getting out at like in the next few months. And you can also follow me on my social media, which has the same like username, which is on Blue Sky. I'm on Tumblr. If you want to send me any asks about like any of the stuff that we talked about tonight. And I'm also on Instagram, but let me grab that YouTube link.
All right, sounds good. All right, let's go into the list. Let's go in 30 seconds or less. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. That means you, Mark. You can go up now.
Oh, it's me. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I write movie reviews at movieswithmark.com, and I also have a YouTube channel called Movies with Mark, which is right here on YouTube. I'm also working on a bunch of movie reviews and video essays. So if you want to learn what was the actual best films of the year, which I really love the film Bijan from Bijan called Resurrection. You can read that on my website. So yeah, you can check out my stuff from there. So yeah, I love movies, and I know a whole lot more than Jester Bell. So if that's a ringing endorsement, take that as you will.
I can back that one up. All right, Ryan, you're up now.
Very quick as well. You can find me on Nothing But Media. I tend to review older films. I don't really do anything new, and older TV series. I'm currently reviewing every episode of Rockford Files, and it's kind of a recap review. And I've got lots of other stuff as well, including Palumbo and all other sorts of things.
At Ermanita
So
Rules
check me
super
out.
chatted
There you go.
$1.99.
Mark?
Movies with Mark is the GOAT.
You got a compliment there, Mark? All right. Oh, Noah. You're up next.
I'm quite an animal. Yeah, thank you.
There you go. No, you're up now. 20 seconds or less. Go.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Hello, I'm utterly Noah. I'm also a film critic. I recently did do a video actually talking about this exact video from Jester Bell today. I do a lot of videos talking about, games, film, and I do debunk different grifters and bad faith critics as well. The video I'm currently working on is talking about the second story's take on Oppenheimer. She gets a lot wrong with that one. And she also tries to rewrite history in some points in that video, which is kind of insane. So look forward to that one.
Yeah, no, one of many videos that in the works about Second Story. I feel like the floodgates are opening about her channel. All right, Sekiros, you got 5
utterly
seconds.
Noah is also an animal.
Okay, you got 5 seconds. Go. I'm kidding.
Oh, God. Okay, you can refer to me as Sekrios. I am the author of the Obsidian Archives. I'm a British fantasy writer. The Obsidian Archives is currently an indie animated series on YouTube about a demon princess working alongside the son of Mordred, Milan Pendragon. If you like dark, edgy fantasy with some ever so subtle commentary about the media landscape, I think it's a very good example of some good memes, goofs, and gaffs. Also, keep an eye out for a character called D in the Obsidian Archives. He is everyone's inner spirit animal.
People. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much. You're all awesome people. Sounds good to me. All right, everyone.
Thanks, Racer.
Nah, thank you. Hail Krim. I love that. All right, and just a little preview of what's going to come on Friday. This Friday's video is going to be one of the ones I teased in the poll. We're going to go to PragerU and hear what they have to say about Pride and Prejudice. I'm sure Michael Knowles and Abigail Schreier have a lot to say on that topic. If you know who Abigail Schreier is, you know why that's insane. No thumbnail to show yet, because I just decided today what we're going to do. I told Krim that this morning. So look forward to that very soon. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good rest of the evening. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Cheers.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.